Oh, hello everybody. We're here again. This is episode 20. Episode 20 of us just sat here babbling away. Welcome, Delboy. Fantastic to have you as always.
Oh my God, this is the thing that I look forward to every week. I can tell you that now. In fact, it was my friend the other day that I invited on, Maymeister, on Monday. He turned around and said, it's so nice just to sit back and be able to talk without me having to worry about all the comments and things
Yeah.
that go on, which is what I have to do when I'm doing my streams. And I turn around and said, yeah, and I've got a greater respect for you when I'm having to do it myself, because I tell you what, bloody stressful thing to do. So there we go. So no, thank you for having me on. I sit back and relax and
I
just start.
I think, there's so much to enjoy, and everybody that joins us, we really appreciate you. The comments and
I have to turn around just now and say, nicest man on the internet really is the person that sees me as a person that they think I'd really like to have him on, finds me interesting enough to each week keep inviting me on, and basically just is a genuine nice guy that makes comments on my blog and everything else, and is willing to think about things outside of his comfort zone, which is, your own nostalgia in the past and another view on something that you might not have even considered. What can I say other than wow? Thank you so much. I'm so taken aback. It's why I'm so excited every Wednesday.
Well, yeah. And I say, I know, and we have used it, and you use that phrase, and I think it's true. It's like we've just gone down to the pub and we're just having a talk about all evening, just talking about anything that comes up. And we can talk about pot noodles as well as whatever. We can talk about anything we want.
I'll tell you a little story. The first time I did my blog, the first questions for the first 10 weeks were about food.
Yeah.
What's your favorite food? If there was a battle between apple pie and chocolate sponge cake, which one would you have? I had no end of that.
Yeah, I love it. Anyhow,
I don't really go down the food route, because anybody that's seen my blog will know that I talk about bullying and all this sort of stuff. Now, as at school, I was quite large, and so therefore I was always conscious about eating in front of other people.
Yeah.
So I don't really talk foodie type stuff, because sometimes it can bring back a bad memory. But to be quite honest, if somebody turned around to me and said, about a food thing, I'll always do it. You know what I mean? It's there's no malice in the question.
No, exactly. It's interesting that what people's tastes about things, you think, oh crikey, they don't like that and you love it, or other way around, they love something and you think, oh my God, how can you like that? I love it. It's all different. Anyhow, my usual question to you is, what have you been watching?
Now, it's been a bit of a busy time, and anybody that saw my blog will know that I was away on Saturday at a computer event. So basically that's taken up an awful lot of my time. But, I've got some things here. I'll turn the background off, because you can't see things very well with that background on. So I watched Mondo Celovic, and I don't mind mentioning his channel, because it's absolutely brilliant what he does. And he's been going through his Tygon releases, and I've mentioned several times actually in this channel that Legends TV, a streaming service, that's Freeview, puts on these films late on in the evening. And he raved about this transfer of The Sorcerers, which has got Ian and Bella,
fantastic.
I mean, it's a brilliant film.
It's the Michael Reeve film, isn't it? It's the second. He only did 3 films.
That's right.
Find a General been his last.
It's Boris Karloff as well. So obviously, every time I've watched it on Legends, I've enjoyed it. But Legends TV being Freeview is not high definition.
Yeah.
So when he raved about the picture quality, saying it's really good for a Blu-ray, I thought, the reason I haven't picked it up therefore was when I was buying Witchfinder General and Blood on Satan's Claw, I think were the 2. Those were 4K Tygon releases.
Yeah.
So this one must have slipped through because it's a Blu-ray. So I watched this last night. It looks like it's not opened, and it's true. It's because I downloaded a 35 gig Blu-ray transfer for me to watch last night. It doesn't take very long with my internet speed, and I watched it, and it was brilliant, absolutely brilliant. So I'm glad I've got this release. I will be opening it up and doing. In fact, I might do a review of it. That's how much
that would be good. I think that'd be great. Do a review on it if you can.
Ones that I've seen already but have come through this week was the Film Vault Steel Book of Apollo 13, the Film Vault Steel Book of Shawshank Redemption, which go with my others, the Goodfellas and all of that sort of stuff. This I'm not looking forward to watching, but I've already seen it sort of on the streaming services already. It's the last season of Star Trek Discovery, the final season.
Right, yeah.
Which just goes with my steel books, to be quite honest.
Yeah.
No other reason. And what I'm looking forward to that I don't know too much about, and everybody's going to go, well, you don't know too much about this title, and that is You're Next.
Oh yeah.
You're Next, which is the
nice, you got a nice version there. I know some people, actually, from what I've seen, some people have got very sort of mixed about it, but I think it's a good film. I rather enjoy it. I think it's good, but it's one of those that does split people, I think.
Yeah, well, I took a punt
to be honest, I think I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I took a punt on it, and I just thought to myself, there wasn't too much coming out this month, this week. That one cropped up as still being available. And I ordered it, and it came through the next day through Prime. You know what I mean? It's next to nothing thing to do.
Yeah.
And I thought to myself, now that I've got a couple of weeks off, because from Friday I've got a couple of weeks off, I can go through some of these films I've been meaning to watch. So I can come in now next Wednesday and say, I've watched a lot more than normal.
That's great. Do that.
So, that'll be really good. So music wise, I haven't really got much to add, but I'm just waiting for you to tell me your 30 minutes of
actually
of stuff. But
you're very lucky this week.
We'll wait until I finish. And the last thing that's happened to me this week is I started a Discord.
Oh yeah.
And quite a few people have joined now. They seem to be enjoying it. And anybody that wants to join that Discord, I've given you a link, haven't I, Ian?
Yes. I've been.
You can put that in your description for this if you want. It's only got so many uses. I can give you one that's unlimited uses, but right now I've just cut it down to a few, and then I'll add it. I'll make it so it's fully open to people. But feel free. It's just a nice little commune where people could talk about anything really, films, music, soundtracks.
Yeah.
And if anybody is on here that's got a channel, they can promote themselves. I've got no problem with that. I'm a big community person. I don't think that I monopolize and go, right, it's only about me promoting my stuff in my own Discord. Bollocks to all that. It's all about everybody wanting to do well. That's what that's all about. So, and that's it. So I'm looking forward more to knowing what you've watched this week that I haven't read about or is coming out in the next couple of days. Every time I go to your channel, it says
you might be disappointed.
Coming soon.
So, I'll tell you something. I'm going to say straight away, and you showed it. It's a film. Listen to this. I have not seen before, and it's one of them that you should see. And it is Shawshank Redemption. I have never seen that until I looked. It was on Prime, and I thought, crikey, I ought to watch this.
But you just saw my steelbook of it. It must be now the fourth time I bought that film. So.
And I can see why people rate it so highly. It's a beautiful film. I know that's when you consider what it's about. It's such a beautiful film. It really is. And what pleases me about it is that we get that lovely ending. The ending is because I was wondering, I'd not seen it, and I thought, is this going to end well?
How do you end this film? Is what?
And it was a lovely ending. It's so emotional, And what can you say about the performances of the?
And yet it didn't do very well when it was out in the cinema.
Wow, yeah. But I'm surprised. I'm so pleased I've actually seen it. I'll have to get myself a copy eventually. But it's such a good film. Another film that I watched, it's one of those films that I've seen in bits, if you see what I mean. I've seen it at various times, and you watch a bit, and then you for whatever reason you don't see it all. And it is Casino. And I watched Casino all the way through. I knew the ending and everything about it, but I thought it was a great film.
Sharon Stone and Joe Pesci are absolutely wonderful in that
fantastic.
film.
The ending is quite sort of out. Well, it's sort of out of the blue. I knew that ending was going to come, but it's so brutal.
Oh, that's because the ending's at the beginning, really.
Yeah, it's brutal. Yeah. There's that bit, but that bit with Joe Pesci and his brother in there is just wow. It's just
well, we've all heard the thing about this is I saw Casino at the cinema.
Yeah,
and I loved it, and I bought it on Laserdisc, and I bought it on DVD, and I bought it on Blu-ray, and all that sort of stuff. And I'd heard, being a big filmy, back in the 80s and all of that sort of stuff, you couldn't help but notice how many times Hollywood has done Vegas.
Yes,
right.
Yeah.
And you hear so many stories about the Rat Pack and
all that, yes,
and all of this sort of stuff. That it was quite interesting to know that and it makes you think, how many unmarked graves are there in that desert? Bloody hell, all sorts of things come through you and go, they're actually showing it here, and that means that it must be partially true, and all of this sort of stuff. You hear it as rumors, and you hear it by saying it's true, but you always go, is that really true? Is that just something to big up Vegas? All of that sort of stuff. And you just basically think to yourself, wow, what a place to be. I've been to Vegas a number of times. Don't get me wrong. When I went to Vegas, I think it's a most gorgeous looking place at night, and it's one of the most ugliest looking places during the day.
Yeah.
It looks like Blackpool without the lights on.
Yeah.
And all it is, right?
Yeah.
But it's an interesting place, and it's amazing how much seedy things are going on. It attracts gamblers.
Yes. You
think to yourself there'd be a lot of good, a lot of other stuff. I mean, there must be schools there. There must be parks there. There must be, all of this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
You always see just the Hollywood, the Vegas Strip with all the with all the gambling machines. So you get this impression that Vegas is just a gambler's den.
Yeah.
Where everybody is trying to beat the system and nobody will. And if you do get into debt, they're going to break your fingers. That's the impression. That's the impression you're going to get from that. So Casino's interesting because you do see where they lived. There's actually you're outside of the strip, and you're looking at these houses that are on the fringe.
That's right. Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it was nice. It's a nice film to see because I until that film I hadn't really seen that in Vegas. So
I think what impressed me about the film was the performances of the actors. Joe Pesci was fantastic in it. De Niro was good, especially as De Niro is a bit of a weaker character in it. He is this sort of heavy, but he's not it's an interesting take. And also I think Sharon Stone, the transformation as the film goes on of Sharon Stone is absolutely fantastic acting, and it takes a lot, I think, as what she does in that role.
There's two forms of paranoia that people don't pick up upon. De Niro's paranoia is through love and business type paranoia. Sharon Stone's paranoia is all about what she could lose.
Yes. Yeah.
Right. oh, she'll go out on a limb and say and have an affair with Pesky, and then she's worried that she's going to lose all the diamonds and the money that on her and all of this sort of stuff, and she's trapped in her own life with a brother and a pimp from the past.
That's right. Yes,
all that sort of stuff. I don't want to give it too much away. I think everybody should go out and look at Casino. It's definitely a film case study one that
it's one.
I'd like to know through the lenses point of view actually of Casino. He's done an interesting take on Alien Romulus, which I really do encourage people to go and see. But I tell you what, he does a type of review that sort of takes every angle in, like a troubled production line, the sound doesn't work quite right here. The difficulty that I had with the film is I just didn't gel with the characters, or that sort of thing. Because people will do a review and they'll say it looks beautiful and it sounds great and they didn't like the story and I give it 7. Where's all the stuff that talks about, well, what did you think about this, that, and the other? What about the actors and actresses that have been in the past and how they worked in this film? Because all a director can do is hire these actors and hope they gel.
Yeah.
Now they came from other films that are from totally different contrasts of films. What do you think did you think these 2 characters or 3 characters or 4 characters gelled? And he'll do something like that, which another site might not. That's all I'm saying about that. So I think he gives an interesting point of view with his reviews. I'm really into them at the moment because they're a bit more comprehensive. I'm probably into the more comprehensive
reviews than
But by the way, whatever you do, don't go and see that if you haven't seen Alien Romulus. I'm not saying there are spoilers in it, but what I am saying is you will get a much better appreciation of it if you've seen it and then listen to what he said.
I get you.
I wouldn't want you to look at that.
Yeah,
even though
I've actually deliberately.
Because you'll be looking out for.
I've avoided reviews of it because I want to make my own mind up on it when I eventually get to see it.
I saw it Monday, by the way, so that's why I went.
Well, there you are.
That's why I went and saw his review of it, because I went and saw it.
Fantastic. I bet that would be good to see. I'd say another film that I watched is a horror film from 1970, and it's called Mark of the Devil. It was a West German production, and he's kind of following on from the Witchfinder General they decided to do, and it's got Herbert Lom as the sort of Witchfinder character. I'll tell you something. It's very gory, very brutal. Much more, I think, than I know Witchfinder General had problems with the ending, and it did get cut. It's pretty gory stuff for West Germany. It reminds me almost of some Italian stuff, but it's 1970. It's bleak. It's extremely gory with torturing and all that, what they were doing. And
where was it filmed? Was it filmed
it's in Germany. All in Germany. Yeah. Because they called it West Germany, of course, then. But yeah, that I found absolutely fascinating film. And another one that it might not, this probably into everybody's taste, but I quite enjoy sort of films from 1930s. And this one was called It Happened in Hollywood in 1937. And why I found it interesting, because it's a film about the transition from silent films to talkies, how it affected Hollywood and the actors and all the kerfuffle and everything that went around it. And it's a really good, and I like Fay Wray. Fay Wray's in this, and she's absolutely superb. Absolutely loved it. It just, of that era, it was just fascinating looking at it. And then I suppose the other thing that took up my time was I watched all the first season of Whatever Happened to the Likely Lads, which I bought a few weeks ago,
Yeah.
and that was 13 episodes, and that took quite a bit of
Did
time.
you
But I
then
watched all that.
did you then watch the film?
No, I haven't got around to the film. No,
Okay.
but I enjoyed that. It just took a lot of time. Yeah, but I enjoyed doing that. That's why I haven't got any music review this week. You'll be pleased to know I've got nothing to plug about music. So it's been a week of watching quite a bit of stuff and enjoying it. And also, I think I forget sometimes I've got Prime Video. I think a lot of people have it, and sometimes it's worth. A lot of it isn't very good, but you do find things on there. You think, oh, I should watch that, And I found that, the fact that it had Shawshank Redemption on, I thought, well, it's about time I watched that, a classic film that I should be watching. So,
have you seen The Green Mile?
Yes, love The Green Mile. Absolutely.
So now that you've seen both films,
both
Stephen King under a pseudonym, I think they're both.
Yeah. Well, obviously the Green Mile has got a supernatural element to it, which the Shawshank hasn't.
Exactly. So which one would you therefore think is the more the one that suits you the most?
Oh, if I had to choose, I suppose it's because I tend to I would still probably choose the Green Mile, though. But Shawshank Redemption is just a great film, and I can't.
This is exactly how I word it, because I've seen both films and I love them both equally. Really, is that what people need to do is, if you like the Shawshank Redemption, then go and watch the Green Mile.
Yeah.
If somebody asks you the question, which one is the best, basically you've just got to look at yourself and go, which one matched your sort of personality in regard to the story. Because if you're not into a supernatural twist, and basically you might always go with Shawshank Redemption. If you don't mind a supernatural twist, something that, oh, come on, that had never happened. That you're always going to say that. If all you're interested in is the story, I think the Green Mile probably suits me, because I really like the idea of the electric chair, the Green Mile.
Yeah, I like all that.
The camaraderie of an inmate that befriends a mouse. The evilness that you can have by prison wardens. Even when it comes to the deathbed, they'll make things awkward to have the last laugh, which is a bloody disgusting thing. And those things are all very powerful. But to ruin it by saying, well, there was this big gentleman and he holds on to you and basically flies fly out of his mouth and all of this sort of stuff. I just turn around and go, but bypass all of that. Just think of it. This guy took cancer away and took all sorts of things away. And yet he's there for death row. He's supposed to be a character that you're going to feel sorry for at the end, or he still deserved it, or whatever at the end. Do you know what I mean? And that's the whole point of his story through that film. So, I mean, it really is a Tom Hanks tour de force, really. But you know,
I agree totally. There's a whole thing we could talk about, but I won't go into it. It's about prison dramas and.
Well, you know, I worked for the Ministry of Justice, so I worked for 8 years of that in probation. So I was very interested with the concept of, because you got to remember it's of a certain era as well, and it's in a totally different country. So the penal system over there is different to here. But for them to take you to another town, try and get you a job, you live in this apartment building, you get so depressed that you hang yourself.
Yeah.
All of that is very powerful stuff.
It is.
I'm not saying that happens, but I've seen enough cases in the probation service, and I've mentioned it in my blog. That I've seen a probation officer and said, "How did you have a nice Christmas?" And some of them have turned around to me and said, "I had a great Christmas, but I've just come back and found some unfortunate news that a person that I have been peace working with has sadly taken their life over Christmas." They got that depressed. We give them phones and telephone numbers and all sorts of stuff, but unfortunately, you can either help people or you can't. And some people are under domestic abuse or drugs or whatever. And for whatever reason, to hear that to know that you've seen this offender in the reception area, and then you've asked a question and said, "Oh, how's that person?" and you find out they took their life over Christmas, is not the nicest things to have in it on a January in the first week. So I'm just telling you now, it does go on. Don't ever be fooled by thinking that it doesn't. And don't also ever think that they deserve it. There's a lot of people that have had unfortunate backgrounds, and I don't condone what they do, but there is always a reason behind something. And it's our responsibility to help them through that and change their lives. It's called rehabilitating their lives. Rehabilitating, that's what it's called. So, you know.
Okay, I think that's very good what you've said.
I don't work in that environment anymore, so about it anyway. But
so I'll tell you, we'll get on then with the comments. We've got quite a few. The first one, let's have a look, is Danny Dukes. Hello, Danny. He says, "Hi, how are you doing? I'm good. We're all good. We're here." And then I've got Kai Bet. "Hi, Ian. I'm here." Well done. Thank you. Thank you for being here, everybody. Cy Robson says, "Hi, guys. Hi, Cy." And then Danny says, "Hi, Cy, mate." And then Cy Robson says, "Hi, Danny, mate." Then we've got MHA. "Hello, gentlemen. Do you watch the special features on the releases that you buy?"
Do you want me to answer that or what? Oh, he's frozen. Hopefully, I'm still here. If he doesn't unfreeze in a minute, I'll try. Oh, you froze.
We're back.
Yeah.
Did I? Froze. Yeah, it was. Yeah. So you answer that first, then.
You want me to answer it first?
You watch special features? Yeah.
Ever since I've had a Laserdisc, I've been big on special features. Huge. Laserdiscs gave me that that thing where you could actually read the whole script. They would put it on as a frame by frame thing. You could actually read the whole script of a film. You could hear the audio commentary on one certain channel and the film on the other channel and all that sort of stuff. But I will say this, the more and more my collection has grown, the harder and harder it is for me to actually listen to the special features. Some of them are there are so many that it takes up another disc entirely for you to go through it. What I tend to do now is if it's a film that I've really, really been looking out for, I will watch the film and then immediately afterwards I'll try and watch the special features, because I know that when I put it back in its box, I probably won't go back to it for quite a while. And it will take me some time for me to go back to the special features. So yes, I'm big on special features, but I do tend to find that you've really got to watch them very close to when you watch the film. And also I find them best to watch after you've seen the film, not before. So yeah. What about you?
Yeah, I tend to watch them. I enjoy them, especially if there's good documentaries and interviews with, people involved. I just find it another interesting part of that. And also, if it also helps me if I'm doing reviews as well, because I like to see what people's saying that made it, and it's just another extension for me of enjoying films. And there is one thing. Sometimes I don't think Blu-ray always give enough special features. Whereas
Yeah.
you look at some at DVDs and you'd get absolutely tons of special features. They were really good at doing that. Now, sometimes, to me, a trailer is not a special feature. And when they put that down as a special feature, you feel like saying, no, it's not a special feature. You make some effort. And,
I will say this, though, about special features on Blu-ray and all of that sort of stuff. Some of the early days of special features that were on Blu-ray were just the standard definition put onto the end, which don't take up too much space, but the picture looks bloody awful. And some people would then complain, why is the film looking like this and all the special features look like this shit? And if you've then got to upscale them and put them on the Blu-ray disc, then that's more money.
Yeah.
And that's why I think it would have been more honest for them to put the film on Blu-ray and then a special DVD disc of the extras, and then they're on DVD and people would know their DVD quality. Because it does say on the back of the box, from the DVD or load or standard definition, it'll have SD next to them to show you which ones were standard definition. But it doesn't stop people from complaining. So now we're up to 4K, and it'll be the Blu-ray versions of the special features, if you see what I mean, on there. And again, there's still a drop, and people go, "What's this blurry crap?" or whatever it is that I'm watching.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So I do get it. Plus, what people don't understand, and I've known this for a very, very long time. You'd think that the film takes up the majority of the actual space on a disc. It's not. It's the sound.
Oh yeah.
You have a look at the sound. It will say it's got a mono track, a DTS track, an Atmos track. It's in this language, this dubbing, etc., etc. In fact, possibly half or more is sound, and the rest is picture.
Yeah.
Which is why when somebody says, "Oh, I've done I've actually ripped the film," you'll see that there are several versions of it. There'll be a DTS version of it, an Atmos version of it, and you'll see the different sizes. So just take it as read that sound takes up a huge chunk, and then you've got no room for the extras. So you have to have it on an extra disc.
Also, so I think extras also, sometimes when a film is initially released, you might get some sort of studio made for thing which might only be a few minutes, and that's how they're released, because to make documentaries you have to put a bit more effort into it, and that's why we get to boutique labels really doing good editions, and that's how it is really. So but I do enjoy having them on there. I really do. So let's have a look. Next question. Oh, here we are. Through the Lens, who you mentioned earlier. Hello, fellas. Just watch Madam Web and holy Scooby-Doo, it's bad. I agree totally. I watched it last
but I
week,
will turn around and say it's not as bad as Marvel's.
Yeah.
You want to see a really bad Marvel Cinematic Universe blah 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 type film? Forget Madam Web. Watch Marvel's. Bloody hell! 3 different Marvel ladies joining together in this.
Oh, the Marvel. Oh yeah, it's just as bad.
Bloody awful.
But that was, and I couldn't bother with it.
Madam Web is that thing where Sony need to keep the Spider-Man license with them as much as possible, and are therefore having to scrape the barrel of going down a line of things that they shouldn't need to do, but they've got to, otherwise the license reverts back to Marvel. They know that. So they'll do Craven, they'll do Madam Web.
Yeah, that's coming, isn't it?
Morbius. I mean, Morbius is worse than Madam Web, in my opinion.
Oh, I don't know.
I might get shot down for saying that. Madam Web is a bad film.
It really is.
Bad film. But if you look at it from a Spider-Man perspective, where these characters are all Spider-Man related, it actually sort of works. Madam Web to me in the comics was an old biddy lady that had psychic powers that was stuck on a life machine that looked like a spider's web.
Yeah.
In the comics later on, he got younger. You know, her essence moved into a younger body. You know what I mean? And they're following that story, right?
Yeah.
Instead of the Madam Web based on that character that I saw back in the 80s, I'd have liked the film better. As it is, it's 3 people dressed up in Spider-Man type costumes and a story that's hackneyed together that makes literally no sense. And therefore, if you were to ask me what rating would I give it, I'd give it 3 out of 10.
Yeah, as much as that, yeah.
And some people would go 3, it's 1, isn't it? And I'm going, you look at Marvels and tell me whether you think.
Yeah, I haven't seen it. I wouldn't touch it with a barge pole.
And then regrade that film, and you'll go, yeah.
Have you actually watched Marvels then?
I have to, don't I? It's Marvel, you know, and I have to go right. Okay, I'll give it a go.
I don't have to. I've got no problem at all in not watching it.
It came out on Steelbook, so you know I was going.
Yeah, well, yeah.
And I have to turn around and go, look, if people are saying it's that bad, I need to make my own impression. But holy shit, was they right?
Yeah.
It's an absolute important film. And it makes the Eternals looks like something Scorsese did.
Oh dear.
Right? And the Eternals is a misaligned film. I mentioned it the other day in text format. I turned around and said, for all its bad rep that it's got, at least the story worked. But it's a vision that Kirby would be sort of like Jack Kirby, who, by the way, drew the Eternals. Jack Kirby would be rolling around in his grave because Jack Kirby was very big on color and cosmic crackling and all of this sort of stuff. And to be quite honest, it was sadly lacking in all of that. But I tell you what, it's one of those films where I turn around and go, watch it again. There's some stuff to like in it. You just have to look. That's the problem with these. You've got to look hard for it. You shouldn't need to look hard for good things to say, but you know, Madam Web, you've got to look hard. And I did look hard, and I went, for a Spider-Man here, for a Spider-Man fan, you would turn around and say there's about 1 or 2 positives out of it, and so therefore you'd give it more than 1. You know what I mean? To a non-Spider-Man fan, a person who looks at it from a totally different conjectural point of view, it's a piece of shit.
Yeah.
But you've got to understand that people that are into comic books are you've got the people that are big fans, and you've got the people that are just going to be entertained. The people that are going to be entertained are going to say shit. The people that are in as a comic book, they'll turn around and say, wow, it's so bad, it's really bad. But there are bits in it that are like the comic, so I'll have to give it that. You know what I mean? That's just pretty much all I can say about it. You can go in and see Spider-Man No Way Home without knowing anything about Spider-Man and come away going, wow, what a film.
I'll tell you something interesting. I was shocked at myself but I watched She-Hulk, and a lot of people really hate that. I thought it actually was quite entertaining.
That's where she's an attorney, isn't it?
It's not that great, but it's entertaining, and so to me that was,
it's based on the comic where she's an attorney.
Yeah.
The difference between She-Hulk and the proper Hulk is that for the Hulk, for the biggest amount of time, he was a brainless buffoon that just went and got angry, went mental. She-Hulk always had her own brain.
Yeah,
right.
I thought it was entertaining.
And I'll tell you what Marvel's idea was. Let's bring in She-Hulk as an attorney. She can then be the attorney to all heroes.
Yeah.
Right. They already had another attorney called Matt Murdock, who's Daredevil.
Yeah.
A much more established character.
Exactly.
To be an attorney when you go, because what you got to remember is when all these fights are going on, they destroy half the bloody country. And things. They're bound sure to get sued. So what Marvel wanted to do really was make this a little bit more real and say, surely some of these heroes are going to get sued. And if they get sued, they've got to be accountable in court. And if they're in court, they need to really have a superhero to actually back them up. So that's what She-Hulk was all about.
Yeah.
It never comes across that way when you're watching the TV series. It was all about her and going to a resort, some sort of like retreat, all of this sort of stuff. Which
it certainly won't get a follow-up. It was considered a flop, wasn't it? Really, I'm just saying it wasn't as bad as people made out, but it wasn't. You know,
it wasn't a disaster. It wasn't a disaster, but it really isn't Marvel.
I can see why people. Yeah. So let's have a next one. This is Matt H. I think we all really appreciate that you take the time to host these streams every Wednesday. Always a grand time. Well, thank you very much, Matt. Thank you very much. We enjoy it. Honestly, we come back each week and love having everybody here and just doing what we do.
Yeah,
you know, that's it. It's enjoyable. Danny Jukes at Through the Lens. Hi, mate. Then Through the Lens. What's your favorite film of the year so far? Mine is Dune Part 2. One of my favorites of the decade so far. Wow. Well, that's quite a claim.
4 years of films. Okay.
Yeah. That Dune, yeah. Anyhow, I'll let Delboy say so far. There's
only really two that come into it. One of them is mentioned, Dune Part 2. But I was quite impressed with the Quiet Place. Day one. Those two have impressed me the most this year, I would say. There are other ones that have been impressive. It's just those two stick out. Whether I think that those two films are the favorite of the decade, don't know. But he only wanted to know for films this year, and I would say those two definitely stand out. Yeah, Dune Part 2, what a film. If you haven't seen that film and you can still go to an IMAX theater to go and see it, go and see it. Because IMAX do special presentations of that one. But like I say, if you've missed any of these films and you've got a good enough setup, buy them on 4K. Because I think the transfers of them as well are pretty good. Yours then?
Well, it's no secret. I'm on my own here. Most people just don't seem to get on or agree with me. I still think Maxine is a great film. I totally enjoyed it. It's one of my favorite films of the year. Absolutely love it. And Dune Part 2, I think, is a wonderful film. And Quiet Place. Day one, what a film that is. So I think they would be my three, probably. I'll put those. Maxine, I just fell in love with, even though not. And I understand that other people don't, but I do. I hope that answers your question. Now, Through the Lens, Danny Jukes. Danny Jukes, please like the stream. Thank you, Danny.
Thank you. Thank you, Danny.
Thank you, Danny. Cy Robson. Oh, yeah. Late Night with the Devil is my favorite film of the year so far. I know a lot of people really do like that, and I can see why. People like that one.
You see, obviously friends of ours have actually raved about that film, but I didn't actually get around to seeing it. It's one of those, I think when it was explained to me and I was told, oh, you really do need to go and see it. It was a surprise out the blue, low production film that everybody was stating you ought to go and see. Unfortunately, I missed the point where that was coming out. And my cinema dropped it after a week, so it wasn't around.
Yeah.
So I missed the opportunity, really. I don't think it's had a release yet, has it? Late Night with the Devil. So it's not. It's not one that I think is even announced.
I think it's on. I think it's. It might be on the streaming service. Yeah.
No, I'm talking about physical media, though.
It hasn't had a release yet. It will come, I think.
I try to avoid
It
streaming if I
yeah.
can. I will when it because so many people have ranted, raved about how good it is. That would be one I'd probably instantly buy without seeing. Because too many people have ranked it, and therefore, from my point of view, these are people that I respect with their opinions. So I'd probably take a punt on it.
Yeah,
I don't do that very often, but I would,
Oh, I can see exactly why it would be. It would be. I'd say I'd put it in my top 5 of the year, possibly. If I were to pick 5, I possibly would put it in because I can see why. Definitely, it's a very good film. But it's not my number 1. But there we are.
Yeah, but we all know what your number 1 is. You've mentioned it a million times now.
You can over time you can watch a film and then you can change and then go back to it. It's sometimes a film you can just change your opinion a bit more than another. And also when you've got films that you like and are so, like people say, choose a top 5 of this. It's choosing 5 is often very difficult in the order. It's bad enough having to choose 5 sometimes. So it's difficult. 1 week you might think, oh, actually, I think that is better, but another week you might not. It varies.
Yeah, I can understand that.
I think it does. Anyhow, through the lens, ordered 2 new 4Ks in the 50% off sale in HMV. Megan and Creed 3. Megan arrived today, and Creed arrives tomorrow. Did you get anything in the HMV sale? Did you get anything, Delboy?
The last time I bought something from HMV was when I went to Birmingham and met Jim Jam, and that's well publicized what I bought, because I bought The Irishman, didn't I? The Criterion edition of Irishman. And I also bought The Runaways. I bought Runaways, which is the Tom Selleck 80s science fiction type film with Gene Simmons in it. But I bought, I bought them a little prezzy for me having such a wonderful day, and they bought some cracking films. But most of the stuff that I get from HMV is pre-order. And I haven't looked this week or last week to see what's in the sale. So probably with me now being on holiday, I might, just before the sale ends, because I take it it'll end very soon, if it hasn't ended already, I might pick up a couple, because everybody's telling me about, oh, I've got this and that in the sale. I mean, to me, I've already got Megan, and I've also got Creed 3. So I've got those as steel books. Those would be not something that I would consider. But there's bound sure to be something that I've missed that I go, oh, somebody mentioned this and I haven't got it right. I'll get it. I'm just like that, really.
Yeah.
Can't help myself. Have you?
I've not. It may be like I might wait until my next payday and see if there's anything left. But I haven't.
Well, then again, saying that in Leeds, I've heard that HMV don't take Hovis loaves as payment anymore, do they?
No.
So it might be a bit difficult. Can I have half a loaf, 50% of them? And I'll buy bacon.
I am kind of saving up for the Doctor Who thing in October. So I suppose that is in some of my mind at the moment, because that's 50 odd quid.
55,
I have to have that, no matter what.
54.95, isn't it? So,
but I love Megan's a great. I am happy with I've got the Blu-ray of Megan, and I'm very happy with that.
We all know the debacle. We all know the debacle over Megan, don't we? Because
it was
Blu-ray, and then so shortly afterwards, a 4K.
That's right. It was a right stitch up.
And you don't like Rocky, do you? So go on about Creed. Then what are you going to say about
Creed? Doesn't interest me at all.
On your radar, is it?
It's boxing films, and I'm not a big fan of the Rocky series, as you know.
Yeah, well, you say boxing, but are you therefore then saying the same about Raging Bull and?
Yeah, Raging Bull. I know De Niro's performance, and he's fantastic in that. But I haven't. It's not a film that I could love. You know, it's just.
Is it just?
It's not totally. I mean, I don't think there is. I don't tend to like. I don't know what reason.
Did you like the Alley film with you know? I mean, when it came out, which was the oh, for God's sake, Will Smith's film.
No, I wouldn't have.
You know what I mean? I think it might be something to do with the sport.
Yeah.
Because it seems that every film that's got boxing in it, you're not interested in.
Yeah, it's something that I mean. It took me ages. I did finally get round to seeing Rocky because I've always wondered what all the fuss about Rocky was, and I'd seen bits and I kept switching it off and what have you. But I did get through it, and I can appreciate why people.
There's a huge. What I'm trying to say, there's a huge difference between Rocky, a caricature of a boxer that is a very low point that goes to a high point and all the rest of it.
And people love that.
And Ali, which is a true story about a person that was a world champion that had it all stripped away because of politics and religion, and etc. And yet you'll say, "Nah, I'm not really interested in that." And I'm going, "Wow, with such a huge slice of history."
I should be interested in it because I always remember my dad would always say to us when we woke up each morning, because they were on quite late, and he'd be saying, you know, because we couldn't stay up and watch them. Oh, Ali won, and that's how big boxing was.
Yeah, and this is where I come from. This is where I come from with my dad because we watched the matches.
Yeah, whereas after Ali, no, it didn't. It did it, did it? It wasn't as big. Ali is the one.
I mean, they do say there's a resurgence they do say there's a resurgence with Tyson and all of that sort of stuff.
Yeah, but not the same as.
If you're looking purely at heavyweights, you're looking at the end of the 60s and all of the 70s.
Yeah.
And Ali,
it was like a drama.
Ali sort of capitalized all of that.
Yeah. You know, all that. He was just such a big personality that he was beyond boxing, really.
He was nominated as Man of the Decade.
Yeah, I can say that. And also he was an entertaining person. You know, all those chat shows he did with Parkinson, everybody loved him because he was entertaining. He was such an entertaining.
But anyway, just to move forward, it's just why I'm surprised that it seems that every boxing film you sort of like go, not really me, not being nasty, but it's just that I would have thought I wouldn't have classed you as thinking that every boxing film was bad.
No, it's just
I haven't heard you say one good thing about it.
I'm not. To be honest, you know, if you present a boxing film in front of me and then something else aside to me, I tend to think, oh, I'm not that interested in
I love the film The Wrestler. That's about wrestling, and I'm not a big wrestling fan, right?
But
I love The Wrestler.
Yeah, I know.
I'll watch it from a caricature point of view, you see.
Yeah.
Rather than the sport, probably. You know, but I mean, I think a film that might bore me to death would be about a jockey or something.
Yeah. There has been a film about that. I think the Grand National winner.
There's been lots of films about jockeys. But what I'm trying to say is, I would still class each one as separate. But it's just that if you were to ask me, when you've seen films that have got horses and jockeys in it, what do you think about them? I'd probably say, well, they're not exactly high up on my list. I wouldn't turn around and say, yeah, there's no chance of me sitting down in front of it, me liking it because of the sport.
Yeah.
Because that wouldn't be true, you see.
Yeah. Yeah.
Never say never, really.
Yeah. Yeah. Mark Fletcher. Something that really irritates me is when you see a film poster that just features the actors' heads. But the name above each head isn't the name of the actor below the name. Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah.
I've definitely seen that.
Yeah, that annoys me. But then again, I always love the quad-core posters that were drawn. You know, like an old James Bond one, or you know what I mean, rather than this photoshopped, high gloss thing. You know, that's there that really they look okay, but I wouldn't I would class all the ones that I've saw in the 60s and 70s and early 80s as being a heck of a lot better than anything that I've seen in the thousands. You know what I mean?
I was just thinking of posters. In Shawshank Redemption, I cheered when I saw a Raquel Welch poster. I thought, fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
That sealed it for me. That Raquel Welch poster. It's so iconic for me, that film.
Don't give too much of it away. There might be some people that haven't seen
it. Right. Cy Robson. The Shawshank Redemption is the greatest word of mouth film ever. This
in other words,
with what you were saying.
It failed.
It not being a hit at the time.
It failed at the cinema, and basically, word of mouth got around, and bang.
Yeah,
that was that.
Si says, if you get what I mean, yeah. So Casino has one of the most brutal deaths in film. Yes, it certainly does. Mark Fletcher, what do you think is a perfect mix of music and film? For example, the ominous music as the shark attacks in Jaws.
I'm going to let you start that one off. Go on.
Well, that is it's interesting because, as I say, over recent times, I've now become more aware of music and films. But Jaws was one of those films where even if you weren't watching the soundtrack, that music, it was just there. It's like the Psycho music, with the stabbing. It's the same kind of thing. There's certain music that has iconic kind of status, and that the music and the film just mixed together so well in that time. But other times I've not been examining music as much, and I think partly through Delboy, I've started to listen a bit more to some of the soundtracks more when I'm watching a film, I don't know what else to say really, but it when you hear some iconic music, you associate that film straight away. All you have to do is just put that Jaws music on now, and you're there. Same with the Psycho music, and there's loads of other films you could probably come up with. But yes, it is an important mix. Yeah. That's my answer. It's not a brilliant answer, but I've done best I can.
There's nothing wrong with anything that you said there. It's a very, very difficult question because it's a very complex subject, one that you could turn into a topic and discuss for months, as far as I'm concerned, because what is the perfect mix? You know what I mean? Some people would say that the best mix of sound in a film is where it's minimalistic, where it's only used where it needs to be used, and that's something that some directors lose track of because they know they spent an awful lot of money on a composer and an orchestra and do this music, and so they want their money's worth out of it. And basically, they write a score that basically fills 90 or 80% of the film, where actually certain scenes could do with it being no music whatsoever. But then again, there are things that require that music. It would not be the same, and the perfect one of that would be The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. That would be one. The end sequence where you've got the three Clint Eastwood and Lee Van Cleef spinning around along that round circle plateau. All you hear is the music. You don't hear their footsteps or anything like that while they're getting into position to shoot each other. Ennio Morricone did a fantastic theme to that. It lasts 6 or 7 minutes. I swear to anybody, put that film on and mute the sound while you're watching that, and you'd go, wow, it's got to have something. Because if all you heard was footsteps, that scene wouldn't work. It's absolutely atrocious. So you've got to turn around and say, that's a perfect piece. And it's like my background picture here. It just mentioned Star Trek, the motion picture. It's not, some people wouldn't even mention it as being a top-end movie soundtrack. To be quite honest, they'd probably be right. But what the theme tune tries to do is portray a sail ship in space. And if you listen to the instruments and everything, it really does sound like the Enterprise has got wind in its sails. You know, you can hear this sort of like melody that makes you think of a ship on the sea rather than a ship in space, if you listen carefully enough. But the film had to have a score that was long because there were so many what they call boring scenes of the Vija flyover. If you just had those visuals with some weird sound effects or ambient noise, wouldn't be the same. It needed that score. So there's another one. But Jaws is a different thing, and it's in a stratosphere in regards to music design, because all you needed was, you know, a couple of notes, and you were scared to death of a shark that's just about to turn up. I mean, I look at that film now and I go, actually, there's probably not enough music in it. Because there are certain talky scenes that really could have done with it. But actually, I think it's near on perfect, Jaws, when it comes to sound design. What else can I mention as scores? There are so many brilliant good ones. You see what I mean? There's Blade Runner. It sort of has a weird part in the music that's sort of like more sound effects than it is theme tune, because it's synthesizer. And that works well, but you can't turn around and talk about Blade Runner without talking about its main theme, its end theme, and the love theme inside it. Those are 3 fantastic themes. And another piece of music by Vangelis that nobody really talks about is 1492, Conquest of Paradise. Got a fantastic main theme, but there's one called The Monastery at, I forgot, it's an Italian word, so I can't tell, which is a gorgeous piece of music. And it fits the film so well. But I could talk more about films, music where films don't fit in. In fact, I asked Through the Lens when he was doing his review, was there too much music in Alien Romulus, or was there not enough? For which he said, look out for another video. So I'm looking forward to that, because I think anything that people are going to be mentioning in the comments while I've been chatting is going to be based down to personal preference on whether they think there was too much music or not enough, and whether it suited the film. That's it, really. And I think not a lot of directors get the balance right. There should be bits where there's no music. They don't do that enough, actually. That's it. That's all I got to say. And it's, like I said, I could go on for hours talking about it. But
right, okay. Sally Robson, Mark Fletcher, the graveyard scene in The Good, the Ugly is near perfection, in my humble opinion. They are.
But it was, like I said, I didn't even see that comment. But what I was trying to get at is, it may be perfection as a theme, but it's perfection in the fact that the scene wouldn't work without it.
Yeah.
That's why I said, if you mute it and watch that scene, then that scene loses
its impact. Totally, yeah.
Totally.
Mark Fletcher, sign. That was another I was about to write down. You are psychic. There you are.
You mentioned Psycho. I should have said that. Psycho is a perfect example of Bernard Herrmann's score, you know. So
yeah, and there's Si's reply to that. Yeah. And then Tony, hello Tony. Evening, Ian and Dell. Hope you're both doing well. Dell, if you enjoy The Sorcerers, Radiance have just released The She Beast, one of Michael Reeves' other films the he directed.
I need to write these
Yeah,
down.
The She Beast.
Let me write it down.
And Radiance. Yeah.
Right. I've got it written down.
Yeah. Okay.
Brilliant.
Right.
Thank you. No, just thank you very much for the person who mentioned.
Thank you, Tony.
Thank you, Tony. I learned so much from you guys. Thank you.
Tony, Ian, I have the Arrow edition of Mark of the Devil. Oh yeah, I thought it was more brutal and sleazy than Witchfinder General. What's your opinion? I agree with you. It is very brutal. It really is. In fact, I was surprised. It's bleak as well, extremely bleak as a film. You know, seeing the torture sequences, you know, for 1970, it seems, you know.
So if you were talking about Mark of the Devil and you were talking about Blood on Satan's Claw, which one of them is more brutal and sleazy than those two films? So which one wins?
I would say Mark of the Devil is more brutal than
okay. That's interesting to know, because I was told Blood of Satan's Claws is
I don't. Compared with Mark of the Devil, I think that is much more brutal, because you see a lot of, you know, people in these. You see torture chambers. You see what the church is really doing to get the confessions and what have you. And I think that is very brutal. Yeah. And definitely compared with Witchfinder General as well, it's much more that's just my opinion. But yeah, I think yeah, definitely.
See, I learn all the time from these.
But it's well worth watching. Is Mark of the Devil, but it's not an easy watch, and I keep thinking it's 1970 and it's German as well, West German as it was. So let's have a look. Mark Fletcher, Ian, have you got the TV on by any chance, or is there a lighthouse just outside your window? Every now and then your room lights up. I don't know. I've got a lamp here to give a bit extra light. Because I think it's pretty dark in here. But no, there is a lighthouse would be nice. I love lighthouses. It'd be great, wouldn't it?
It's because he hasn't put 50 pence in the meter, you see. So
The
little gerbil in the spinning wheel sort of like hasn't been fed for 5 minutes.
Lads. God blimey. Well, they don't have charge, don't they? Oh. Si says, I know that I keep going on about my local independent cinema, but I honestly think that it's the best around. I went to see a 25th anniversary screening of Magnolia on Sunday. It was bloody amazing. Well, that's fantastic that a local cinema is doing that. It really is. You've got to be congratulated.
Magnolia is a great film. I've got that.
Yeah. I've never seen it, but I know it is a good film. It's one definitely for me to watch sometime. Mark Fletcher, I like special features. They may make me appreciate a film more because I can see that there has been some effort put into what was not a very good film. That's a very good point.
Well, I have to look at that. I have to look at that and turn around and say, although there are some scrupulous people out there, does anybody really set out to make a bad film?
Yes, exactly.
I mean, I appreciate it the more when I look at the special effects because I see the turmoil. But at the end of the day, I don't think also that they can put in the extras studio interference by higher up, because that those people are not going to be bad-mouthed on their own disc,
No,
right?
no.
So you're not going to get the whole story. But I do love it when they're there. You know what I mean? And you talk as a neutral on it.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I like those ones.
Do you know they're releasing, aren't they, Exorcist 2? It'd be interesting to see what the extras are going to be on that, especially as it's been considered such a bad film.
Yeah,
there'll be extras, won't there?
I know there are so many people that are turning around saying why they're even bothered bringing that out. I get the idea, which is if you want a whole Exorcist collection, if you're a collector that wants it, you can't not have that, no matter how bad it is, right?
Yeah.
But me, no. I watched that film. I thought it a convoluted mess.
Yeah.
I've watched it twice in my whole life.
Yeah.
And that was more times than I want to remember.
Exactly.
And I like Richard Burton.
Yeah, I do. I think he's a great actor.
But even me can't, modern me can't put aside some of the crap that goes in that film.
Yeah,
it makes no sense.
No, definitely. Tony says, with regard to special features, for me, it depends on what they are. Very rarely listen to commentaries. I agree. I very rarely listen to commentaries, unless watching for a second time. Enjoy interviews with directors, definitely production crew and cast also. Yeah. Let's have a look. I think this continues after this one a bit as well.
Oh,
okay. Can't sometimes still show behind the scenes images and publicity material, which is often interesting. I agree totally. I'm the same. I would definitely do that. It all adds to enjoyment to me of a film, finding out a bit more about it. Definitely. I enjoy extras.
Yeah, the only thing I would say to that really though is at the very beginning he was talking about the audio commentaries.
Yeah.
I've never not listened to the audio commentary at the time of watching the film for the first time round.
Yes.
The whole point of the audio commentary is you to watch the film and then you after watching the film and listening to it with the proper soundtrack, you listen to what the director thought as while he was watching it with you, because he's in a projection booth watching the film, and then you've got the other actors and all that sort of stuff around, and they're looking at the film with you and they're saying, oh, I remember this scene. In this scene I remember I was bloody freezing. I had this and I was wet and it was miserable, and I'm going, those are great. It's just that you've got to be in the mood for them. You've got to be able to be in the mood where you're watching the film without watching the film, if you see what I mean. Really, it's like having the whole soundtrack of the film taken away so that you could just hear some old codgers talk about it. But taking that away and you lose something, because how many times has people on YouTube done a watch along? And you're watching these guys do a watch along, and I've been involved in those, and they're not even watching the films themselves. They're just looking at your face going, oh, I know what they're talking about here. They're talking about that scene, all right, because in their heads they know what they're watching, right? And I'm going, well, how's that any different than a commentary then?
Yeah. There is another thing. This is an interesting question. I don't know. Sometimes, if say a film like Lord of the Rings, right?
Oh yeah,
you're going to get an absolute ton more extras than the actual film runs. Now, if I get that, I think, oh God, no. Now, even I won't go into every detail. That's too much for me. If your extras are going to be longer than the film, you're thinking, blooming heck, I'm not going to do that. No way. And you get that, don't you? I mean, a film like that, and then all the other two films as well. Just think, you've got all them extras. It's daunting. You could.
Well,
no.
My answer to that is I'd rather have more extras than not, because you can choose the ones that you want.
Yes.
say
Yeah,
that, to say if there are more extras than the film length,
yeah,
I look at that and go, yeah, but you could probably do a whole documentary on makeup
yeah,
that would be as long as the film, because they'll be talking about, oh, in this scene we did the makeup this way, in
yeah,
this scene we did the makeup, and then by the time they've explained it all, you watch the whole film just about makeup, and then you've got another person that's going to talk about sound design, then there's another person going to talk about the special effects. And
yeah,
to be quite honest, when you're talking about something like Lord of the Rings, there must be thousands and thousands and thousands of optical effects that are in that film.
yeah,
It would take 3 times the length of the film to talk about how they mock those up.
yeah.
So I will look at it
Also,
like that.
um,
But for me, I swap and choose. If I'm
yeah,
not interested in makeup, then I'll probably watch the special effects or the
yeah,
optical effects or the animatronic effects, and I'll listen to the director's bits, and I'll listen to the certain actors. There might be
yeah,
certain actors that I couldn't give a shit about that I won't listen to their commentary.
yeah.
You know
Also,
what I mean?
maybe sometimes the director is involved in the special features, so he's kind of involved in doing the things as they're filming as well, which I
Yeah,
suppose you can look at as an interesting part.
yeah,
Um, so I mean, there is it's time, isn't it? Like with everything, how
yeah.
much time do you want to invest in
I,
this?
I, I'm totally with you that I don't want that old adage coming up. I can't see the wood for the trees because there's that many extras. Right?
Yeah,
No, I can't. I haven't got a clue which one I want to see because all the writing's that bloody small, and I can't. And there's more
yeah,
extras than there are in the film and all that.
yeah,
Totally get that, but I also like the fact that they're there, so I can choose to watch them or not.
yeah, yeah,
You know what I mean? I don't have
yeah.
to watch them.
Yeah, exactly. You must. Yeah, that's true. Okay. Steve's gaming. Hi guys. Sorry I'm late. I'm high on painkillers and forgot what bloody day it was. We've all been there.
No bloody excuse, you miserable
Uh,
bastard. Sorry, Steve knows who I am. Sorry. No, I know what that means because I'm on
yeah,
a lot of painkillers at the moment. And
yeah,
by the way, if you see me sniffing and all of that sort of
yeah,
stuff, I've got a cold as well. So terrible.
yeah. And I'm knackered today as well. I'm still recovering after going into
And
town, but I'm
we're
managing.
striving to go
Yeah,
forward, aren't we? And
yeah, we are.
yeah,
We'll do it.
yeah.
We'll do it for our. Yes, we'll do it.
We do this for you.
Yeah. Oh, through the lens says the Marvels is terrible, but it's slightly better than Madden Web.
See what I mean? So I was on reverse.
Yeah,
I was on reverse saying I
yeah,
think Marvel's is worse than Madam Web. He's going the other way. And I'm
yeah,
going, you see, two distinctly different views, but both are right. There's no one
yeah,
that's wrong.
yeah,
I know that I'm looking at it from a point of view that I know the characters. He
yeah,
might be coming from a point of view of just purposely film.
yeah,
And from that point of view, you're going to have, I don't want to put words in his mouth because he might know everything about Madam Web. I don't know,
yeah,
no
yeah,
idea. All I'm
yeah,
saying, and I would definitely take on board everything that he said, because Marvel's is a terrible film. Madam Web is a terrible film. Which one you get more enjoyment out of might be based on whether you like spiders or not, for all I know,
yeah,
or how the film was shot, from what angles, and all of this sort of stuff.
yeah,
So I would say to you on that, totally agree with you through the lens. But my agreement with you is they're both bloody terrible, and we just have a slightly different outcome on which one's the worst.
yeah. Which is the worst of
And that's the best I can say. Really.
yeah. Now, Mark Fletcher. This is probably something Dell could tell us about. Oh, here we are then. I read something a while ago about a disc they are working on that will be able to hold thousands of films on one disc. Is this for real? So there we are.
It's been speculated for a long time, and it's all to do with manufacture process on what we know that we can do with media, and what a laser or what a new type of head that can do this. Because what you got to remember films and all of that sort of stuff and chapters is we're using technology even now that dates back to the 70s. You know what I mean?
Sorry,
disc. That's all right. A disc has a head in it, and it goes to certain tracks. When you're looking at a CD or a DVD, it's going to certain tracks. I heard somewhere that they're looking into things like holographic technology, so that you can actually put more onto a disc, because the laser would hit the holographic technology and find more. But how does that lens pick up the start of a film, the end of a film, and all the chapters in between for it all? I think that there's an awful lot to be excited about for the future of films. But when it comes to what the future is going to hold, I don't think laser technology is going to be around that much longer. It's going to be a different thing. And it'll probably be more based around how SSDs work, the memory process of a drive, because that's more to do with memory and not to do with pickups and chapters and start points and end points. That's done digitally. So yeah, there could possibly be a way that we can store thousands of films on a disc. It always amuses me when somebody talks about something like this, because who knows? But do you remember back in the day when you bought your first PC and somebody gave you something like Wikipedia on a CD? It would be like Cinemania, and it would say this disc holds all the film reviews of all the films, and there are also clips of the films and directors and all of this. And you'd think, what, on this CD you've got all of that? And it was a CD, right? When you actually got there, you understood that's because text takes up no room and clips take up a lot, and there aren't that many clips. You see what I mean? There's a way of looking at this from all sorts of different angles. So I'm going to say never. I wish there was a program on TV like Tomorrow's World. There isn't. Watch this space. Hope that's a good enough answer for you, Mark. It may be a bit of a cop-out. But Ian, have you got anything to say about that?
No, you're the expert.
You have. That's why you buggered off, right? Next.
Yeah, I'll let you, because I know you. Thank God, that's why you're here, to give the expert opinion, which somebody like me has no idea what.
You make it sound like I live in a science lab, and
my head's getting pulled down. I keep wondering what's going on. I don't know how they cure this, but anyhow. Right. Next one is the Kirby Cracky. If you know, you know. Crackle. Sorry, Cracky. Oh God, that sounds like something.
Remember, I was talking about the Eternals.
Oh, right. I get you.
When Kirby used to draw somebody with cosmic powers, he used to draw an aura around their fingers and stuff, and there would be these little black balls, little circles that are in there, and it would look like they've got some sort of like special cosmic power, and they called it the Kirby Crackle.
Right.
That's what that is.
Brilliant.
Nice to know that somebody knows all this shit.
Yeah, it is. That's why you're here. Yeah.
Sometimes I think to myself, did I read that, or because it is called the Kirby Crackle, and believe it or not. But I'm surprised that anybody knows that other than me.
Steve's Gaming, ask us anything. Okay, 2 for you. Question 1: if you had your own theme tune when you walk into a room, what would it be? And question 2: is it possible to buy a complete chess set at a pawn shop?
No, for God's sake. Chess set, pawn shop, get it? Chess, pawn.
Oh, God. Oh dear. Yeah.
Dave, you get -1 for that. My answer for question 1, off the top of my head, the Pink Panther theme. So when I walk into the room, it plays. joke because I can't think of any other theme.
I can't think of anything at the moment. Oh, crikey.
It certainly isn't going to be Staying Alive. Take it like that. So, the Bee Gees playing, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I can't think of anything. Absolutely introduce. No, I can't. Honestly, I can't think of anything.
It's a hard one, isn't it? That?
It is, because you've got to have something that's a bit, going for it. It's got to have that wow factor, even if it's not so true. Even if you think, well, it's just me, but yeah, you've got to impress people, and I can't think of one. I'm sorry. Sorry
that's
about
that. That's why the Pink Panther thing came to mind, because it's the only one I can think of where that talks about a man that's actually a thief, and so it's got to have that type of music where it's subdued,
Yeah.
It's like you can almost see the creepiness, like creeping into the room without anybody knowing, right? I mean, whenever I think about you, Ian, I don't naturally think of the Hovis music. You know what I mean?
No.
Or Brassed Off. The theme
a brass band playing away.
Or in Living Memory. Or whatever Yorkshire people like running a I don't know a F sanctuary. But you know what I mean. It's like anything. I mean, I don't think the theme to Quincy suits you. I don't think the theme to Starsky and Hutch suits you.
No.
That's a difficult one. Maybe when I think about you, I think about Santa an awful lot. Probably your beard.
I always enjoy, like in particularly in the old James Bond films, when James Bond had appeared.
Well, that's a bloody good one for you.
Unfortunately, I'm not quite got that about me, but that's a great introduction. I always love it when you get that music and it goes, "The name's Bond."
Oh, James I know.
Bond. I love that.
You could have the theme to the Twilight Zone.
Oh yeah. Yeah. That is interesting because it has kind of an eeriness to it as well.
So when you walk into the room, it goes.
Yeah, people thinking, "Oh my God, What is he? Where's he from? What dimension?" I'm from Tetley's brewery. I've just come down. Where do you think I've been? Up tea bags. Tetley tea. Yeah. There we are. Oh, Yorkshire tea.
Yeah. Yorkshire tea's horrible.
Yeah, you've got to have proper tea, haven't you? Anyhow, that's another discussion.
Can't have that Yorkshire.
What's your favourite tea? Mark Fletcher. More Ask Us Anything. What are your winning numbers for this Friday's Euro Millions lottery? I have never played the lottery in my life, but I don't know how many to give out. I have no idea.
But I know that
numbers are.
I know the numbers 22 and 44 have significant. They have significant involvement for people who like crispy prawn balls and Peking duck. That's an old joke from Mystic, by the way. Those are the numbers of a Chinese restaurant.
Yeah, a telephone number.
But there we go. If I knew that, I wouldn't be here. Well, I would. I'd be broadcasting this from Hawaii or something.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, with all the latest high tech going on.
It wouldn't be from Norwich. This is the quiz of the week.
Nicholas Parsons.
It would be somewhere bloody far off. That's all I got.
Yeah, good old Nicholas Parsons. Yeah. Let's have a look. Next one. Are you guys fans of Columbo? We, of course. Who isn't?
I think I showed up in my blog, didn't I, about 5 weeks ago?
Somebody's got all these box sets and
shut up. You know full well I was just about to say in my blog I showed up my replacements to my DVDs with the Blu-rays of them.
Exactly.
It cost me an absolute fortune.
Arm and a leg, literally.
I like the history behind Columbo. Everybody, I think the number one question that goes into a forum whenever somebody talks about Columbo is, does anybody know what his first name was?
Yeah.
Right. And many people have looked at and listened at Columbo, and they saw that once he had a badge that said F. Columbo.
Oh.
And they've assumed that his name was Frank. Frank Columbo. But they still speculate that now.
Wow.
What was his first name?
Yeah.
Hard one to answer. There's a lot of questions like that in TV shows. To answer that, are you a fan? Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah. I've got that first season on Blu-ray, which came out. That's it. Yeah. Columbo is the only detective series I enjoy. That's what Steve's Going says.
Brilliant.
There are a lot of detective series in the whole history. Definitely. Sarah Robson used to love Columbo when I was young. I can just imagine someone was specially employed to scrunch up his raincoat between takes. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, dear. People that have played Columbo, but because obviously it was a character that was in about 3 or 4 or 5 TV films before Columbo actually turned into a series.
Yeah.
For a start, it was always Sunday film of the week before it turned into a season 1 thing.
Yeah.
It turned into season 1 when they'd made 2 or 3 in the same year, and they went, "Oh, right, okay, now we'll call this a TV series." You know?
Could you imagine when they pitched Columbo to an executive or somebody, and the executive would have said, "Why are you giving it away? You're telling us who the murderer is straight away." You know, people must have said that, you know, because everybody expects detective story to go the other way.
You're trying to work it out at the same time as the detective. In Columbo, it's reversed. You know full right from the start.
Yeah, exactly.
The crime.
Yeah.
And you're just entertained by the fact that
exactly that's what makes it.
I'll tell you what, the exciting bit is the moment where you can point out that Columbo now knows, and it's now just free. You're only a quarter of the way in, and you're watching him just basically take the piss out of this guy because you know full well he knows it's you.
Yeah,
I don't know why you just don't put your hands up now and say, "Hey, look, you're Columbo, take me away because I ain't going to be able to do it."
Yeah. There's just one more thing. You know he's going to come out with something. You know, oh, are you left-handed or something? And that might be crucial to it. The whole thing.
Right, you ambidextrous or you left-handed?
Right. Tony says, "How did Columbo manage to keep that car on the road?" Oh yeah, his car as well. Yeah, wonderful car.
It was a Peugeot, wasn't it?
Yeah,
it was a Peugeot. Over in America, it was a Peugeot. I always answer that by saying because the TV producers kept fixing it for the next film.
Yeah.
No other reason, because I tell you what, how he could get tires for that thing after a while, I don't know. The exhaust was nearly falling off. He had that dog. I mean, my God.
The dog, yes. I forgot.
And then, of course, a lot of people forget that there was a Mrs. Columbo.
Yeah, did we ever see her?
It was a TV series, and it starred the woman from Voyager, didn't it? Mulgrew. What's her name? Kate Mull. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's Columbo's wife, and you go, right? You were punching above your weight, weren't you, Columbo? Bloody hell. It was gorgeous. You look like that when you met.
When was that then in the series? When was that shown?
That was either end of the 70s, beginning of the 80s, but it was a one season thing basically never
Yeah.
hardly in the light of day. I think you can get it on physical media, or you did at one point, but pretty much it's not
In
even
a way, it
talked.
kind of spoils it.
It's not
knowing
talked
that's
about.
going
It's
on.
not even talked about, to be quite honest.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was the lady from Voyager, Star Trek Voyager.
Yeah, that's it. Captain Janeway.
Yeah.
Sai says Midnight Sting 1992 is a decent boxing film. Sorry. James Woods and Lou Gossett Jr. Highly recommend it.
Yeah,
Have you heard of that
I
one?
can see you writing that one down. After everything you've said about boxing.
Yeah, exactly.
Give things a try, Ian. Don't be such a bloody stick in the mud. Watch Ali for once and tell us when you come back how much you hated it.
Yeah, you're a sod.
Oh, I'm just making a laughing. I will get you liking boxing films by the end of the year.
To be fair, I could watch Ali. Definitely, I would be open to that.
I think you'd get enjoyment out of it.
Yeah, I would. I'd enjoy it because it's him. Ali is he's something massive. He's big. Stephen Moles, hey up, fellas. Do you like any of these rock bands? Dokken, Warlock, Magnum, Saxon, Halloween, Twisted Sister, Poison, Judas Priest, Dio. Do you want me to go first?
Yeah.
Or do you want to go? Right. Magnum, they're okay. Saxon, now they're from Sheffield, so obviously that elevates them because they're Yorkshire lads. And I've got, I think I've got a couple of theirs.
Because they come from Yorkshire, that elevates them.
Yeah, Saxon. Halloween, I don't know Halloween. Twisted Sister, I've heard of Twisted Sister. I'm not really something. Poison, yeah, I've heard of Poison. Yeah, okay. And now Judas Priest. Oh yeah, Judas Priest. They're brilliant. I've got some of their albums in my collection. They're great. Dio, what a great singer he was. Absolutely sad that he's no longer with us. That I've got his first album and it's absolutely wonderful. His solo album, first solo album, because he was just such a great singer. Yeah, that's it. That's my take. Anything to add to that?
Well, not really. I think I like all music. There isn't one bit of music that I can't turn around and say there isn't one thing that I would turn around and say that I couldn't find enjoyment in out of. You know, like it. I don't really go for opera, but I bet you there's one opera that I like. Do you see what I mean?
Operas.
I'm just giving an example of something that's totally out there, right? These all sound like metal or rock or type ones. I'm pretty sure, you know, when you're talking about Saxon and Judas Priest and all that. So not a genre that I know an awful lot about. Have I heard of them? Yes. Could I name tracks by them? Very few. Have I got therefore any positives to say about them? Then obviously I have, because if you recognize a name, then they must have done something, right? But from my point of view, I know next to nothing about them, and therefore I don't have an opinion. Do I like any of these? I don't think I could turn around and say to you, I don't think I've got one album by any of them. Does that tell you anything about it? Probably. Have I got any tracks by them? Probably on compilations. And that's about all I can say about them, because it's not really something that I'm immensely in. I mean, the only rock album that I liked back in at a certain point was I bought the This Ain't Heavy this soft metal sort of like cassette that I used to play on my Walkman that had things like Kaylee on it and Alone from Heart and all of that sort of stuff. And I liked all of the tracks on there, but none of them were on there from Twisted Sister and Judas Priest and all of that. So that's it. I won't take up any more space other than I would never badmouth anything. And all of those sound interesting. And maybe I ought to diversify a little bit and listen a bit more. Thank you very much, Stephen, for highlighting something I don't do an awful lot of. It's opening my ears. Yeah, you were really interested in that, Ian, weren't you? I can see that.
No, I was. I think. No, I think you make some good points. You know, it's like me not knowing anything about film soundtracks. You know, and I'm always open.
I think it's wrong to close your mind down to things.
Yeah.
Just because back in the day you might have heard one track and then said all music of that era I'm not interested in. You should never do.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm saying, look, the stuff there, I recognize the names, don't recognize probably any tracks.
Yeah.
But I tell you what, if you were to name one track out of all of those and ask me to listen to them, I'd probably find something good in them.
Yeah. Now, for instance, the way I answered it, as if I sort of were into these, you know, for whenever, but these are only bands that I've got to know more recent. And I know I like Judas Priest and what have you, but because I come more from classic rock and punk, new wave are in sort of my thing rather than a lot of metal bands. But I'm opening up to a lot. I've got to know more metal bands and what have you. So you know, for me, it's I'm still exploring music as well. Yeah, I'm still exploring a lot of groups.
Good. Every day's an education day, isn't it? Really, every day's an education day.
And I enjoy that. To me, that's good. You know, it's always good to discover new old things. You know, things. That's why I love, you know, finding out about groups that are perhaps always not as well known in late 60s, early 70s. I'm always interested in that sort of area, how it changed things. And there's all sorts of, once you start delving into this sort of music, you discover more and it leads to more. And certainly with somebody like Dio, he's an interesting character because of the fact that he was a lead singer in demand from so many groups, and then eventually got his own solo career. Yeah, it's fascinating. It just interesting.
Yeah. It's a nice one.
Always interesting to find out about things, you know.
I think that's a lovely little comment that Stephen's put there, because it's made us talk about stuff that are a little bit outside of my comfort zone. It's made me, you know, like thinking. You know,
I mean, I don't know as much about these, but I'm learning, and I've got some in my collection, but not as much. But I'm always open, definitely. And you know, I know this sounds rather strange, but since I watched a lot more horror films, I've got more into heavy metal, because heavy metal seems to predominate a lot of horror films at certain times. And at one time, heavy metal was an area I didn't really respect enough, I don't think. I sort of wrote a lot of it off more. But I've changed, you know. I've developed, you know. I still like everything that I've liked in the past, and I've just moved on as well with this. So that's what makes music always interesting for me, that you can hear things and think, wow, you know, why didn't I like that before? You know, I really like that, you know. Yeah. Anyhow, Steve Moles, a question to Ian and Delboy and the chat room. Have you seen the video by Steve via Teeth of the Hydra, where he uses the Hydra guitar?
Definitely not.
No, I'm sorry, I'm not heard that. If anybody knows about that, put your comments down. I don't know anything about that.
Sounds interesting. I mean, my God.
Yeah, I don't know what's a Hydra guitar?
That's what I was going to ask you. I mean, digesting that a little bit. Do you know what the Hydra guitar is?
Yeah, we don't know. If anybody's got any comments, that would be fantastic.
I mean, I know a bit about guitars, you know, Demacia pickups and all of that sort of stuff, but I don't really know.
I've never heard that term.
I'm not a big big one on guitars because I've been a piano player, so I know about Yamahas and Korgs and things like that. When it comes to guitars, I love them because there's so many brand names and they all got a history behind them. But I must admit, I haven't really heard of the Hydra guitar. No.
No. Steve Moore's got a bit more. Vai. Ah. Mark Fletcher. I like Steve Vai when he played with Alcatraz and Dave Lee Roth's band. And now Dave Lee Roth I've heard as a singer. I think it was with Van Halen, I think. There's some of these singers seem to go around to other groups and have a career in that. And then they perhaps do their own solo albums. But I've heard of certainly Dave Lee Roth. Yeah. Muckman Movies. Good evening, chaps.
Hello,
lad.
I haven't been round to nick your steel books yet, but it's down in the diary to do it at some point.
Here we are. Film recommendations, lad. Cuckoo. I saw it on Monday, and it quite possibly became my favourite film of 2024. It's quite a big statement. Stars Dan Stevens, The Guest. The Guest is a good film.
Yeah, I've seen The Guest.
I've not seen, but I know it's supposedly a very good film.
I've seen The Guest. Yeah.
Cuckoo. Yeah, I'll try and remember that name. Cuckoo sounds interesting. Cy Robson, talking about features, I can't remember which film it's on, but John Carpenter and Kurt Russell slowly get drunk during the audio commentary. Well, that sounds interesting. Yeah.
I'm trying to think which one that was, because I do know that I do know that Kurt Russell started to slur his speech in one. I can't remember if it was The Thing. I don't think it was The Thing. I think it wasn't Elvis. I think it was Escape from New York, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure. But I have listened to all of those commentaries because I had them on Laserdisc, and I was really into listening to the audio commentaries back then.
Yeah. Simos, Dave, I can never say his name right. He's the wrestler bloke, isn't he? Dave Bautista. That's it. Dave Bautista, new film, The Killer's Game, looks good. See how hopeless at that name. I always struggle. Do you know how?
That was just fun.
You suddenly get a blockage.
No, that was fun. Just watching you stumble over words. It was just fun.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I can't even say it again. Yes, how do you pronounce it then?
I wouldn't know.
Oh, you don't know? Oh, crikey!
Because I really don't.
Guardians of the Galaxy films.
Yeah, I really don't. I mean,
Knock on the Cabin.
All I was just trying to say, because you keep going, and I can't get a word in edgeways, was that it's not a name that sort of like comes to mind, you know, like Michael Caine or someone like that. So when somebody mentions something like that, I'll go, I must have seen a film that this person's in, but from the name. And then I'm going, right, how would I pronounce that? So Bautistas. So Dave Bautistas. Is that right?
Yeah.
That's how I try it. That's how my mind tries to interpret words.
Yeah.
I'm not exactly fantastic at words myself. So
no. I'm
for
not.
The years and years and years when I was reading comics, I thought it was Submariner. But it's Submariner.
Oh.
You see what I mean? So I'm not that brilliant myself. I never thought of anything as anything other than Legend. It wasn't Legend or anything like that.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Yeah. But I must admit, Mariner. Mariner, Marina. I can understand why people also had the problem with it. If somebody didn't read it out and tell you that's how you pronounce it, in your head, you'd probably call it Marina, as in a marine, where, a marina, which is by the water and all that sort of stuff. Mariner is the proper word for it. So, that's it. I've got nothing else to say other than
I'm still studying it and trying to work out to get the right pronunciation. But there we are.
And if I look at it again, Bautistus.
Yeah, Batitas. You see, it's not that. I've heard people say it, and I'm going, yeah, that's it. And then when it comes to me saying it, I can't say it. And Terrifier 3 as well. Oh, yeah, that's about films coming up. Yeah, a lot of people are looking forward to that, and I suspect it'll go in their top films of the year.
Yeah, just to let you know, Si's got the proper pronunciation if you ever want to know.
I can say Terrifier. I'm all right on that.
All right, just to let you know, Si's got the proper pronunciation at the end. We'll get to. All right. I didn't want it to go too far down without you knowing.
Yeah, brilliant.
It's Batista. Batista.
Yeah. Batista. Oh, right. Brilliant. A great film, Ian and Delboy, if you haven't already seen it. Black Moon Rising, starring Tommy Lee Jones. Oh, Linda Hamilton. I love Linda
That's
Hamilton.
A while back. Yes, I've seen that.
Yeah, Linda Hamilton.
A while back now.
I'm on board.
Is that a 90s film? I think it was.
I bet it is, isn't it?
I've seen it.
I'm sure that is quite. Has it been re-released? And I'm sure I have seen it being shown recently. Could well be, especially because I know Tommy Lee Jones, the name, and certainly Linda Hamilton. I'm sure it has been. It's a recent re-release. It's an old film that's probably been re-released. But I've not seen it. Right. Tony Hawk. If it was possible for, say, a few hundred films to be put on a single disc, how would it work? If it was to be sold, it would likely cost many hundreds or even thousands to buy, even at only £1 a film.
Well, I've got an answer to that. I've got an answer for that, because whenever somebody's talking about a new technology and when something's going to appear, it's going to appear in decades. It's not going to be something that's around the corner, right? When people were looking at hard drives, we've got them all in our machines now at the moment. A hard drive back in the 70s cost almost as much as a machine. It was like thousands of pounds, and you only got 10 meg, 1 meg of. Just think about it. 1 meg of hard disk space costs £600. 1 meg now would cost you less than a penny. You see what I mean? So when you're talking about how much a film would cost, maybe you're looking at it wrong. They wouldn't sell hundreds of films on a disc for the market, because how would you put all the covers on the front cover, and all that sort of stuff? Maybe we're talking about a medium that we can record our own films on, and therefore you've got thousands of films. Maybe the capacity of the disc can hold all of the films by one director, and that's it, and sell it as a complete director's collector's set. But it would obviously be able to hold a lot more. All sorts of different reasons, but we can't really look at it from a stated point of today, where a film costs 15 quid for one film. Because, like I say, even in the 90s and the 2000s, we've got box sets where you can have the complete series of Frasier, and it will cost you £35. But back in the day, you were buying them as season 1, season 2, season 3, and they cost 20 quid each season. And yet now you can get them on Blu-ray, the whole bloody season and everything like that, and it will cost you about 40 quid. So everything has a price, and something that drops down in price. And maybe in 20 years' time, a lot of the films that we're talking about would be on there because they're public domain now. They've lost the copyright and ownership and all sorts of stuff. So, many, 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 many things there, Tony, that we could actually bring up as a topic. Actually, it'd be quite good to discuss these. I ought to be writing down some of these because they're interesting topics.
Yeah.
If a medium came out where you could actually store hundreds of films, how would you sell that product? Yeah, what a great topic. I really appreciate that question, Tony, and that makes you think.
All right. Mukman movies. Ian, you should have last of the summer wine theme tune as you walk into a room. Actually, you probably that's a good that's good. That's a good answer. So,
or all creatures great and small.
Yeah. Through the lens. I've got to head out, fellas. I have work tomorrow. But a great stream as always. Take care, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Josh. That's brilliant of you.
Thank you.
Keep up the good work.
Yep. Brilliant. Steve's Gaming. Yorkshire tea biscuit brew is so good. There you are.
Well, all I got to say is I'm outnumbered. I don't give a shit. I'm outnumbered. Simple as that.
Tony Hawk. Theme for Ian. On Ilklimore Bartat. Aye. That's a Yorkshire one. Ilklimore Bartat.
How can you pronounce that and not pronounce Batista?
I don't know. It's yeah. Yorkshire it's easier. but I see I've lost it again. Mukman movies. Chaps, I did a movie community challenge video last week themed around sound, color, and spectacle. Can you name 3 to 5 films from each category? Blooming heck.
Well, look, the answer to that, I said it in my blog, is that I thought that was an absolutely fantastic video he did. It was about 20 odd minutes long. And he brought 5 films with the sound, 5 films under color, 5 films under spectacle, went back, looked, and said that actually fits in the sound and spectacle, blah, 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 blah. Trouble is, if we were to go through 3 to 5 films each under each of those, and you do exactly the same, we'll be here till about 12 o'clock.
Yeah.
Or not. And so I was so glad that he didn't nominate anybody. I'd really like to have a go at it. I think though that in a live stream, that's a hard one to come out with.
It is. It's just to think. You need to think about it a lot.
I mean, when I think about color and all of that sort of stuff, just like him, he turned around and said things like The Wizard of Oz, which are just perfect answers because you had that huge technical richness of yellows and reds and greens in Wizard of Oz when you had the black and white part. Spectacle. I mean, my God, there's been some absolutely fantastic spectacle films, haven't there? Sound, you've got the Star Wars, all the lightsaber sound effects.
That's a good one.
Iconic sounds that you can just hear now and go, wow, that every time I hear that sound, I know I'm listening to a Star Wars film. Or whatever. So he mentioned a number of fantastic ones. I'm trying to think of just one just to appease him. I'll let you have a think. I'll let you talk now, and I'll have a think, and I'll give you.
Great. So you're going to give me the sound, color, and spectacle.
Well, I just think of one. I think it'd be hard to do 3 to 5 of each.
Yeah, you really hit the one that I would have said is the lightsaber sound. I mean, that is you just hear that, and that one just stands out. Color, I mean, crikey, color. I always think now, and maybe this is not the right answer, but when I think of film and color, I always think of Suspiria, the original one, when that came out, because you look at that and you think, crikey, this director is doing something with color. Argento, isn't it? Wow. And and I got the 4K, and the 4K, even the Blu-ray was absolutely brilliant, and the 4K is absolutely popping. And I don't often say that. My telly probably isn't the greatest of tellies to actually always show the 4K, but when I watched Suspiria, I thought, wow, the color here is, and that I always associate Suspiria just as with a color. When you say spectacle, that could be a lot of films, couldn't it? You know.
Oh, what you got to do is you got to think of films that have turned around and said the film of the decade.
Yeah, you see,
you will never see a film. You will never see a film quite like it. Blah, blah, blah.
I always think maybe this is not for everybody, but for me, a great spectacle was Close Encounters of the Third Kind. It was just out of this world.
Well, I'm going to go further back. I've got one that fits all three.
Yeah.
No, I've got two that fit all three.
Yeah.
Sound, color, and spectacle, right? One you hate and one you'll totally agree with.
Yeah, go on. Yeah. Yeah.
No, in fact, I've got three that fit all three.
Yeah.
Right? Sound, color, and spectacle. Choice number one, Ben-Hur.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
One that you'll totally disagree with, 2001, A Space Oddity.
Yes. Yeah. Definitely.
And another one that fits all three. I had it in my head and it's gone now. Had it. Oh yeah, Lawrence of Arabia.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Well, you have to remember when I'm looking at those, I'm just thinking, right, Lawrence of Arabia, sound. Oh wow. Yeah. Right, spectacle.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it was a huge thing at the time. Color.
Yes.
Look at the vistas and the sound and all of that sort of stuff.
I have to agree totally agree with you.
But they fit all three, but there isn't one. You know, if I was to put a singular film into color, it's things like The Wizard of Oz and things like that. You know, where there is definitely a huge thing about color. You know, that's through it. You know. But I think you did it best. I mean, you were talking about Suspiria. It's amazing how many people mention that title. And I go, do you know, when I think about sound, when I think about color, when I think about spectacle, there are hardly any that are horror films that come to mind.
Yeah.
Because I always think of them as being great entertaining films that are shock fests.
Yes.
I don't really think of them as having great sound or great color or great spectacle. A lot of them are similar. If you look at a certain era, like when Halloween came out, it's like I said, I watched a film called Visiting Hours last week, which is brilliant. But I also found out it came a year after Halloween 2, which was also set in a hospital. They're both slasher horror films. So, and what's the difference between the two, other than one's got a psychological aspect and the other one is a continuation of a story of a bloke called Jason going around killing everybody. So, you know, it's very difficult when I mean, you know so much more about horror than I do. And I really need to turn that around. What about The Robe then? What about
I love all those films.
What about the Ten Commandments? Would you?
Ten Commandments. Yeah. I remember going to see that.
What about Spartacus?
Yeah, all those I've seen on big screen. I got taken to see them. Spartacus would have been later, but they did sometimes do these like the Ten Commandments, for instance. It must have got re-released quite a few times, and I'm sure Spartacus did. And this was in the 60s, and I remember being taken along by mum and dad to see these films. Absolutely loving them. They were an absolute event. They kind of made you really love watching something epic. You know, it was something very different seeing a film like this. And the Ten Commandments, it was just It was just wonderful, absolutely wonderful.
Like I said, if I start talking about Alien, right, I would put Alien down as sound and spectacle. I wouldn't really put it down as color because it's a very muted film. It's very grey, and it's supposed to look grey and so forth because you're on a ship.
Yeah.
If you talk about Blade Runner, the very first Blade Runner, definitely sound.
Yeah.
Definitely. Well, possibly color.
Yeah.
It's a very bleak looking film, but when you get to the city and you see all the neon lights and all of that sort of stuff, it's incredibly colorful film. Spectacle, probably less. Although people talk about Blade Runner because of the opening sequence all the time. Don't really talk about anything else. There are flying ships. There's not an awful lot of that. I dare say it then doesn't fit in the spectacle quite so much. But I don't think you could turn around and say it doesn't have sound and color, though.
No.
So it's like that. It's very difficult. Very difficult.
Yeah.
Some of my favorite films I'm trying to go through, in my head. What had all of these,
Yeah. That's why I thought of Close Encounters of the Third Kind, because it's such a big palette of, when you see it on the big screen, it's so much in there, and that's why it always impressed me as a great film, even though I realize, there's all these different cuts of Close Encounters, which devalue or not devalue it. There's big debates over it, but just seeing it and just taking it when I first saw it, it just seemed something I'd not seen before, and treating it in an interesting way, that the aliens weren't a threat, which was unusual. We always see aliens as a threat, and that was good to see in such a wonderful way, magical. I think it was. That's the impression it did for me personally. Yeah.
I'm so glad that you're here, though, Ian, to answer it, because I think you're going to be more diversive with the answers than I am. Mine is going to be what I consider to be jaw-dropping when I was watching it with my dad. Which is why I'm saying things like Ben-Hur and Spartacus.
Yes, I agree.
When we moved very late from a black and white TV to a color TV. I wouldn't have been around when Spartacus and that is, so I would have seen it at the first time on telly. When I then saw those films on telly, it was like, wow, look at this.
Yeah.
And what you have to remember is I would have been watching these as well in pan and scan, not widescreen. Right? They would have been blocked off square, not the huge vistas that you get with a widescreen production. And yet I was still going, wow.
Yes. Yeah.
The beauty of Bridge Over the River Kwai, with its shots of the bridge and all of that sort of stuff. I mean, we forget about these lovely vista shots. It's why I keep turning around and saying, why is it that Thelma and Louise isn't talked about in regards to the beauty of all of the shots that are taken? Yes, two girls driving across the desert in a car. But if you look at all of those shots of the car driving across that desert, they're all gorgeous looking. Bloody hell. Fields with crops and and the browns and the yellows and the desert and all of this sort of stuff. They're gorgeous.
I'm
a very visual person.
I think I've got my mum and dad a lot to thank, that they said, they took the time to think, oh, this film has been re-released, which was Ben-Hur, and they thought, oh, you're going to like this, and then they took us to the big cinema to see it. This was in the 60s, because it came. What year is Ben-Hur? Is it
50? 58? Is it 50? Something like that.
Because it's
before Al Cid anyway, isn't it? So.
As I remember, when they kind of re-released these films, Ten Commandments would have been at the same time they were showing.
I'll carry on. I don't usually cheat here, but you carry on. I'll tell you when Ben-Hur came out.
I do remember, them specifically saying, "Oh, you're going to love these films," and
just so you know, Ben-Hur 1959, so I wasn't.
Oh, right, 59.
And I said 50. I think I said 10. I think I said 50, 58 or 55 or somewhere like that. I weren't far off.
Yeah.
10 Commandments is. Oh, for God's sake! Is how much comes up religiously when you put 10 Commandments in? 1956.
Now, what is interesting is how in the 60s they obviously were re-releasing films and putting them into the cinema quite a long time after the release, which you don't get as much nowadays. I mean, you get the special showings that was said, but these were actually going. Was it? I keep thinking to myself, they must have thought they could make money out of this, and did. It was like maybe it was. I don't know the full things. I'd love to look up about history in terms of box office in the 60s, whether these films were seen at the time of bringing people back to the cinema.
I remember the spectacle behind. I remember the spectacle about I think Ben-Hur, because wasn't it Cecil B. DeMille's?
Oh, yes.
He did both versions. He did the silent one, and he did the next one.
Yeah.
And people are always commenting or basically discussing which one's the best one when they were done by the same director. I know that much.
There's something about those films that actually they kind of, the spectacle, we use that word spectacle, and they really were a spectacle, weren't they? They were an absolute spectacle.
I think it was a time where the film studios wanted money, obviously.
Yeah.
But they didn't cut the film to the point where they were thinking, well, we're not going to get enough bums on seats to actually make this work. It's got to be an hour and a half long. Otherwise, we're just not going to be able to see it. Yeah. I think it's because it was at a time where there's less film output. So a film had a chance to actually be there, because they knew that when they released it, it could be out for 6 months.
Yeah, that's right.
Now, if a film gets beyond 2 weeks before the next film comes out, you're bloody lucky, aren't you? So 2 weeks it's gone, and it will be then on streaming or whatever it is 3 months after that, and you won't be able to see it at the cinema for love nor money. That's because of so much output. Really.
But it's interesting that a film like Cleopatra could nearly finished everything off, because such a box office relative failure. They didn't get their money back at all, did they? That could have killed off these epic films. I suppose it did for a time.
It would have killed off an epic film. It would have killed off the studio.
Yeah.
It wasn't like the fact that back in days now where you've got a conglomerate of people that can actually say, we're making this film and we've got some money coming from these backers and some money coming from Paramount and some people and all of this sort of stuff. These films were done all by the studio. It was like, we're putting all the money, we're going to get all the money back, and the distribution and everything. The marketing is all going to be done by us, etc., etc. The stakes, therefore, I think, were higher.
Yeah,
they are now.
Yeah,
I think I do feel for people that in the 70s and 80s, handmade films where you had pop stars having to come in to fund the money of a film.
Yeah.
I do feel for them, because who knows whether that film's going to make any money. You've got no idea, because you've got no distributor for it. No studio has even picked it up yet.
Yeah.
You're making it on a hope that you're going to be able to get a deal with Fox or or something, and you're making it without even having that in place. That must have been a tricky time.
Yeah.
But anyway, I've got nothing else to say on it. So.
Yeah, I was just thinking it's interesting then in the 70s, they did come back to the spectacular films, which was, of course, the disaster movies. And we had that period where we got the disaster movies, and they were making big money in the box office. Yeah. So do things move in cycles? After a certain length of time, the things come back? I think that's that's probably another discussion at some time.
Yeah, not many people talk about the airport films, do they? Much anymore?
Yeah. Things do run in cycles, I think. And because that's why people would probably say, are we at the end or getting near the end of the all the superhero stuff? Is that now an area that eventually is going to really dry up? You know, our westerns are interesting, of course, as well, aren't they? They've always been around. It's just that everybody's always said, well, that they had their peak, which they did at a certain time, but they're still being made, aren't the westerns? But anyhow, I'm wandering off into another areas. But
I know you start making it interesting by starting to bring in superheroes, and then you're moving off.
Well, I was just throwing it there as a sort of thing.
No, I can't comment because you're moving off, and I want to answer that bit.
Well, you go ahead. I didn't want to
excuse me,
hog everything.
No. It's all right. We'll move on. It's best.
No, but maybe we'll come back and have some of these discussions another time. I don't know.
I'll just say this about the superhero thing because it's even been brought up in my blog, and the simple answer is we're oversaturated at the moment. But if you were to ask somebody to go back in time and look in the 50s, would you have also turned around and said, I'm so sick of the fact that there's bloody westerns going on?
Yeah.
All I'm seeing is bloody western this and western that, and nothing else. It's bloody pissing me off and all of this sort of stuff. And so I look at it and I just go, look, just like you were saying, swings and roundabouts. It's flavor of the month. It'll suddenly not be flavor of the month. But don't damn something too much, because you got to remember that we couldn't have superhero films very early on because we didn't have the technology to bring those characters to life. Now you've got the ability to do that. You're saying don't do them anymore. But actually, you could now perfect it even more because we keep moving forward with technology. So, from my point of view, the first Spider-Man movie I saw was 1977. The next time that I saw a Spider-Man film, it was 2002. How many years was I waiting for that film to come out? And now they're saying there's too much of it. You've flooded the market with Spider-Man. I'm going, bog off. You stretched 9 films from 1977 till now with Spider-Man. You're talking one every 6 or 7 years. So I look at things a little bit like that, you know. I don't want to die knowing that I didn't see more Spider-Man films. And I'm not that far from probably that happening. So keep bringing them on is what I say, because, you know, you can stop them when I'm dead.
Yeah.
I want to see more of my hero on celluloid, you know, simple as that. So,
yeah. Right. Muckman movies. Midnight Sting.
The boxing film.
I second it. Only available on DV at the moment, unfortunately. Oh.
Yeah, it is a shame. If things go swings and roundabouts again, that'll be out on Blu-ray, I'm sure. It won't be long.
Yeah. Mark Fletcher. Def Leppard are banned from... See, I'm getting taught here something. Def Leppard are the band from Sheffield. Yeah, you're right. Saxon were the Barnsley big teasers. Ian, totally correct about Judas Priest and Dio, though. Thank you. That's good information. I got them mixed up.
Yeah, you got it all bloody wrong, you old timer. Get it right, will you? For God's sake.
It's heavy metal. I'm learning all the time. It's good to hear. It's good to get information. I'll tell the
miserable old git, you were telling me about how right you are and how wrong you are about this, and you got it wrong on your own bleeding channel. Bloody hell. Now you know how it feels when I get contradicted. I know I get it wrong. I've never turned around and said that that I know everything.
Yeah. Mukbang movies. Ride Like the Wind by Saxon and Rock and Roll Children by Dio are excellent songs.
I know Ride Like the Wind.
Yeah.
Remember, I was telling you, if somebody was mentioning a track, I'd probably get Ride Like the Wind. Yeah, I know that one. Yeah. So there, I do know a Saxon track.
Yeah, so there you are. Yeah. Mark Fletcher, Del, you would know Breaking the Law. Oh, yeah, by Judas Priest.
Is that the one that goes? Is that the one that goes? Breaking the law, breaking the law.
You know it. You know more than you know. See, there you are. Bit of philosophy. You know more than you know.
That's what I mean. It's just that somebody mentions the word Judas Priest, and I'm going,
yeah, exactly. Plonker. Evening, Ian and Del. Good evening. Have you seen Chopping Mall? Was expected to not like it, but actually really liked it.
I've heard of that film. Chopping
yeah, I've heard that come up a few times.
I haven't seen it yet. But I have heard unexpected likenesses of that film.
Yeah.
I actually liked that film. I was going in thinking I'd hate it, but it was all right.
Yeah, it sounds interesting. Yeah,
I like that word, plonker. I'm called Delboy.
There you are.
Nice to see you, plonker. You're the first time that I've been in the room and asked a question. So this is the first time being here and asking a question. Welcome. Brilliant.
Mukbang movies. Favorite cheesy 80s sci-fi horror film. There you are.
Well, Battle Beyond the Stars is cheesy 80s. Not a horror film, but Battle Beyond the Stars. I suppose you could say Life Force is a sci-fi horror film that's a bit cheesy because it's 80s.
Yeah.
I think that's 80s.
Yeah. It's one of my favorites.
I've got
a lot of affection for that.
Again, it wasn't well received, but I mean, you know me, I love it.
Yeah, I do. I went to cinema to see it and absolutely fell in love with it at cinema.
And in the same breath, you could turn around and say the remake of The Blob is a cheesy 80s sci-fi horror film. I'm just trying. These are just coming out of my head now. 80s sci-fi horror film that's cheesy.
Yeah.
I'll let you have a think now.
Yeah, no, I mean, I admit that Life Force is cheesy, but
The Hidden. That's another cheesy 80s sci-fi horror film, The Hidden. That alien creature that goes around in people's bodies, and there's even a scene where the bloke gets into a Ferrari and drives around going mental. And that's got the bloke from June in it, hasn't it? It's got from Twin Peaks. What's his name? Yeah, that's definitely a cheesy 80s sci-fi horror film. My God. The Hidden. The name of the film has just totally gone out of my head, but it's one that I really enjoy, but I know he's pretty cheesy. It's a Cronenberg film. It's the one, I don't know if you've seen it, where the one who was the actress who plays it was a porn star.
and she's got this like attachment thing inside that when she sort of kisses somebody or goes off with them, this thing comes out and kills them.
Right.
And I can't think what it's called. They've even done a remake of it, and I've got it in my collection, but my brain has just totally, as it has today, gone down. It's a
I was
good.
going to say, whenever I think of Cronenberg, I think of things like
It's a it is like, you know, the sort of
Videodrome
typical Cronenberg body thing, and she has this thing, and it comes out and grabs, you know, kills them. And it's quite bleak as well. It's a typical bleak.
And it's 80s, is it? 80, that's 80. That's an 80s Cronenberg film, is it?
Yeah. And I've
not
I
90s,
bet somebody will know
film.
in the chat. And I've got it on Blu-ray. I know I have. And I can't think what it's called.
It sounds very much like
it's one that I've seen over years and always enjoyed, but I know it's not, you know.
All I was saying was I know a few Cronenberg films, but I mean, yours one sounds like Elysium or something like that, that's later on. That's 2000.
It's a one-word title as well. It's one word in title.
Yeah, like Videodrome, Scanners. They're all one.
Oh, I love it. Oh, Videodrome. Wow. And Scanners, great films. Just trying to see.
You're looking it up, I am. Yeah, I mean,
I thought it'll bug me now too much. Right. Let's get in there. Let's have a look. God, he's listing loads of his films, but not this one. Dead Zone, of course. I absolutely love. That's my favorite Cronenberg film. The Fly, of course. Videodrome, Scanners. Here it is. It's Rabid. That's it. It's called Rabid. 1977.
You can't bloody have it in the 80s, is it?
Yeah, 1977 that is. But it just always.
Sorry, you got to think of another one. It's 80s, mate. You can't have 70s.
No.
You'll just put Videodrome. You'll just put Videodrome in now and just say there you are then.
Videodrome 1983. Yeah, I'll put that in. Yeah. I don't know. Brood is 1979. Yeah. Okay. I'll put Videodrome.
Thought you might.
Thank you. You've rescued me. Right. Yeah.
What was Village of the Damned? Is that 80s?
Which one?
Village of the Damned.
Oh, Village of the Damned.
That 80s?
No, that's the original one is.
Yeah, I'm talking about the Christopher Reeve one.
Oh, yeah, but probably is. Do you want me to check that one?
No, I was just thinking. I've given my one. I've said things like The Hidden, The Blob, Life Force. Christ, I've given enough.
I think that must be 80s, mustn't it?
I would have thought so, but I'm not sure.
Yeah. Stephen Moles, Body Talk by Rat is one of my favorite tracks. All right.
Do you know that one?
Body Talk? I'm not. No, do you? No.
The only thing I can think of with Body Talk is that soul one, isn't it? Body Talk.
I don't know anybody. Rat. I don't know Rat at all. Tony Hawk. I had an Amicus anthology binge this week. Dr. Terror's House of Horrors. Yeah, it's great. Asylum, one of my favorites. Vault of Horror. And The House That Dripped Blood, all enjoyable. You must have had a really grand time, I'll tell you, watching all those.
but nobody mentions my favourite one.
Go on then.
With Peter Cushing. With Peter Cushing in that curiosity shop, that antique shop.
Yeah.
From Beyond the Grave, is it? From Beyond the Grave?
I think, yeah. I think that's the one, yeah.
I mean, I want that, but it's 25 quid.
Yeah.
I refuse to pay £25 for one film. But I love Dr. Terror's House. I love all of them, right? Every single one of those ones there. But when I think about anthology films and I think of the stories that are in From Beyond the Grave, you've got, what is it? You had David Warner and the Let's Have a Seance, with the mirror going around killing people to give blood to the person in the mirror, and you've got Ian Ogilvy at the end with that door that leads to a room in the past where the bloke craves blood, and you've got all of those stories. I just go, every single one. There isn't one bad one in that whole of that film, but people still talk more about Dr. Terror's House of Horrors and all of that. But Peter Cushing is fantastic.
Oh, he always is. He never does a bad film. Do you know which one is the anthologies? One I always remember where this bloke, he murders this Chinese guy who's a tattooist, and the tattoo grows on his body of him murdering this man, and I can't think which.
And he can't see the tattoo because it's on his back or something, and it just keeps growing and growing and growing.
He tries to get rid of it, but he can't. It just grows and grows.
Yeah, was that in
he's
TV?
Hiding, he gets married or something.
Yeah, was that in a TV?
He's hiding from his wife.
Yeah, but Ian, was that in a TV or was that in actually a film?
I'm sure
as part of a film anthology story.
I'm sure it's part of a film, but I don't know. Somebody will probably know.
I know the one you're talking about. It starts off as a dot, isn't it? It starts off as a tattooed dot, and then it grows and grows and grows.
Unless it is in one of those anthology ones, TV ones. I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe you see so many that you kind of get mixed up. It could be.
Anyway, I'm just going to say, From Beyond the Grave is my favorite Amicus anthology film. The reason for it, I think Peter Cushing plays it. It's just a blowout performance as far as he even says at the end. He says, and a special something, behind every purchase or something like that. He's actually looking into the camera while he says it, and I'm going, bloody eerie guy you are. I think it's just marvelous. I just really love that film. I know that all the others are great. I'm just saying,
they are.
It's one I grew up with that I could never stop not watching it. Do you know what I mean? If it was on TV now, I'd be watching it. It'd be on now, I'd be going. Watch.
Dr. Terror's House of Horrors. That's the one, isn't it, with Roy Castle as a trumpet player? And
if I remember rightly, the Dr. Terror's House of Horrors is the one where he can't. They're trying to sell a house by an estate agent, and he tells all these people, don't buy this house because you need to be of a certain character or something, isn't it, to buy this house? But they all don't listen to him, and they buy it, and then something awful happens to them. And I think that's what the whole story is about, isn't it? Dr. Terror's House of Horrors.
I've watched some of these again. I haven't seen them for years.
I'm pretty sure that's what it is.
Yeah,
it's an estate agent saying, "Oh, but think twice about buying this house because there's a bit of a backstory to this house. You might not live."
Yeah. What I remember about the reason I remember the Roy Castle one is because he's a musician who pinches this. He hears this tune at some voodoo ceremony, and he thinks, "Oh, that'll make a good song for the band."
Isn't that more about Dr. Terror's House of Horrors? Is about a house. I'm pretty sure the one that you're talking about is more an anthology that's based on a train ride, and they're telling each people a story about something. Because how does a trumpet player fit into a Dr.
Because isn't Dr. Terror's house set in a train, isn't it?
No, that's what I'm saying. It's set as at the house sale, and they keep selling this house to different people, and something bad happens to it. I remember one of the stories is a film actor who buys it because it's close by to where he's filming a film.
Yeah,
and something happens, and all that sort of stuff that makes them leave that house. It's because it's a scary house story. Vault of Horror, if I remember rightly, is a bloke telling you scary stories underneath this structure. It's almost like they're under a building that's that's got lots of stone monoliths and everything around, that sort of stuff.
I definitely must revisit these. Definitely.
It's been a long. You'd know more about it, but I don't. I mean, that Roy Park.
I've got quite a few, but
it might well be in Dr. Terror's House of Horrors. But I do know Dr. Terror's House of Horrors is a bloke trying to sell a house that's got a past.
Yeah.
I don't think he's trying to sell it on I don't think he's trying to sell it on a train.
Yeah. I don't know.
Anyway.
It's definitely something I should look at again.
We've had that question up a while now.
Yeah. Cy Robson. Batista is pronounced Batista.
Yeah,
Batista. Batista. Oh, in Yorkshire it's tar love. Yeah. Look,
how can you turn everything around to some Yorkshire accent?
So there
it's probably Italian, and you said, yeah, it's proper Yorkshire. That is Yorkshire. Every time it turns around to something from Leeds. Bloody hell.
Anyway, there we are. Thank you, anyhow, Batista. Steve Moles. The hydrid is a many-faceted creature with 2 head stalks, 3 necks that host 7 and 12-string guitars, a 4-string 3/4 scale length bass, 12 sympathetic harp strings, half fretless necks, single coil. Well, that's very detailed.
Well, you understand where the word hydra comes from with the heads.
Yeah. And Stephen Moles, humbucking, piezo, MIDI and sustainer pickups, floating and hardtail tremolo bridges, and phase splitters.
Yeah. I've heard of. I mean, obviously tremolo bridges and that sort of stuff. I've heard of. I mean, it was who was it? The bloke who did Surfing with the Alien. He used DiMarzio pickups. They're pickups that basically were specific to make sounds elongate. Joe Satriani. That's it. He used DiMarzio pickups. Exclusive to him, it was DiMarzio pickups for a long time. That's all I know about. But I don't know much about guitar stuff. I'm a piano keyboard player person.
Yeah.
So.
Mark Fletcher, would you prefer a world that didn't have censorship? I personally think there are certain things that should never be seen as okay. I can't stand anything that has real life cruelty to animals. Do you want to go first? Or do you want me to go first?
It's a quite comprehensive thing, because
it is.
A younger me said, "No, I don't want censorship. I want to be able to choose whether I want to watch it. And if I choose not to watch it, then basically that's the same as censorship, because basically I haven't seen this scene that you're all telling me is bad, right? And then there's later things in me that's turned around and said, no, I'd rather have not seen that turtle being eaten and have it on celluloid, so that I can see its insides being ripped apart just for the joy of a celluloid picture. So it's a very interesting topic. I always go along the lines of, if it's there, then basically I've got my own censorship that stops me from watching it. And I think I will always go down that line. But censorship comes in many forms. It comes as a visual element. It comes from a reading element. And as far as I'm concerned, we're all adults and we all can make our own choices in regards to something. And as I've said, Ronnie Barker always said we should never be scared of words. But if you're talking about celluloid and filming and that sort of stuff, of course, certain stuff we don't need to see. I remember my dad explaining to me when he was telling me about porn. We had a man-to-man chat about porn, and he happened to mention that there is all sorts of porn out there. He said, lad, there's a lot of porn out there. There's certain stuff that you just don't want to see. And he told me something about animal sex, and I went, no, I don't want to see bloody animal sex. I don't want to see some bloke putting his bits of a ducks, whatever, and all that sort of stuff. And so, from a certain perspective, I say, yeah, just even describing that makes me feel sick.
Yeah.
Why anybody would film it, who knows? So, in some ways, I agree. Stuff shouldn't even be considered. You know what I mean? But in other ways, I think we can all censor ourselves if you've got an educated enough brain. You now, then, Ian.
Well, I think a younger me, you know what I mean, saying, "Oh, you can't."
I'm gonna get a drink while you talk for 20 minutes. Hang
on. Yeah, a younger me would have definitely said, "Oh, yeah, you think you're all clever and smart. There shouldn't be any censorship." But of course, there's got to be censorship in certain areas. But I think we say censorship. Watch children. Anything with children involved has to be, I think, censored. I just think it's something that you don't want to see, shouldn't be there. And the same with animal cruelty. I'm sorry, a lot of people do apologize about Cannibal Holocaust. I think the film is overrated. If you cut out all the animal cruelty, but that animal cruelty should never have been in that film. It shouldn't be there. We shouldn't have to see it because it was done specifically for the film. It's not. It's real. It's just not right. So I don't think that should be there. But say censorship. I think censorship is, as an adult, you make common sense decisions. But if you're showing it to younger people, then I think you can censor things, and you should censor things. And say things that we consider unacceptable in society, then you should censor it. It's quite simple. Why would you want to watch certain things? Anyhow, you mentioned it before. You know, I mean, why would you want to watch that kind of thing?
I will say this. I think in the early days of DVD, I think there was a way that wasn't used, and that is that you could put a video nasty onto a DVD, and you could put the scene that's basically a bit problematic. You could password protect it. Say you put the code in a specific place on the cover, you know, inside it, right? Which is cutaway or something like that.
Yeah.
And when it got to it, it said you can watch this next bit by putting in the code. Right? That would then stop kids from being able to see it, because I don't know of any parent that's actually shown a person something that's bad. I think kids pick up stuff because they actually found it on the shelf, watched it while their parents were away.
Yes.
And so people get into this. How could you let your kid watch something like that? I'm pretty sure they didn't go, yeah, I asked him to sit down next to me while I was watching this film.
Yeah.
I don't think that's ever. I think it's all. I think I discovered half the things that I did on videotape back in the day by my father and mother not being around, me being off sick, and me finding a tape and me just putting it in, and inquisitive me pressed play, and I saw this thing that I shouldn't have seen. I don't remember ever my dad saying, "Now this is an 18 for a reason, lad, and you're going to be watching it with me, even though you're 12." I don't think I ever had that discussion ever.
No.
You know what I mean? So that's all I've got to say about that.
I mean, my parents used to get. You could tell when there was if we was all sat around watching telly, and after the 9 o'clock famous watershed, and on TV there was some sort of sex scene. I mean, obviously, sex scenes on TV are not really very graphic at all, but there was this silence, and you just didn't talk about it. You didn't say no to them because they'd have been embarrassed. They would have been embarrassed if I'd have said,
how many? I mean, I've seen quite a few YouTube reenactment discussions where they've said, I remember sitting down and watching 9.5 Weeks, and my parents were actually on the sofa while I was watching it. And when the sex scenes came on, everybody was going, like this, definitely silent, or somebody wanted to really just fast forward past this scene or whatever it was. And I totally get that. You know what I mean? And the reason I mentioned that password thing, by the way, is it comes from an old adage of computer games, you know. They brought out a game called Mortal Kombat back in the day, right? And it was graphically awful, right? I mean, we're talking ripping people's heads off, all that sort of stuff, right?
Yeah.
They changed all the blood to green to get past the censorship problem, but you can make the blood red again by putting in a code. So what I was getting at was, one way of looking at censorship is the ability to make it so difficult for somebody that are underage to actually watch it. At the end of the day, I'm sure that there are ways around it, but I agree. Though I said at the end, my dad told me of a pornographic film that involved animals. As far as I'm concerned, that should never have been put on. And I'm sure there are many other subjects I'd be equally turning around and saying, stuff all that. I ain't interested.
Well, I think it's against the law anyhow.
There'll be some country, there'll be some country that will basically turn around and say it's perfectly acceptable.
Yeah.
I fell down that trap before.
Watching porn is not against the law in terms of for adults, but there are within that obviously limits. You know, and I think
the reason why Gary Glitter went over to the East, because basically it was more acceptable for children and stuff.
Yeah, to have CP.
All I'm saying is, when you start turning things into international law, it gets into a fuzzy place. But as far as I'm concerned, all of that should be in law now. That says no bloody way. You have to be 18 or whatever it is.
Yeah,
I've never understood the law in the East or whatever it is with. Allowing that type of thing. As far as I'm concerned, they ought to be shot.
Yeah.
That's just me and my moral standards, the way my dad brought me up. So
I think to answer the question, I believe that there has to be censorship. You know, I think there has to be. It's what a civilized society does. You know, when you're idealist and young, sometimes you don't agree with that. But when you get older and see the world, I think more, you realize that there has to be, you know, I think, Mugman movies. I wanted to pick Suspiria for color too, but we weren't allowed because it was already chosen in the Toronto Film Festival as per Neil Movie Channel's stipulated rules. I see. Yeah.
Oh well, I didn't. I mean,
Yeah.
I remember watching your video, McMahon, and I was thinking, wow, what a great selection of films you chosen.
Yeah.
But I don't know Neil movie channel, so I wouldn't know what his rule says.
Yeah.
Half
Yeah.
the films I probably mentioned there, Ben Hur,
Yeah.
because they're probably all in the you can't choose, bro.
Yeah.
For all I
Yeah.
know.
Yeah. A modern movie. This is Cy Robson for sound, color, and spectacle. Blade Runner 2049.
Oh,
It's a
the second
masterpiece.
Blade Runner.
Yeah, a lot of people will probably agree with you on that. Yeah.
I would agree with that. Sorry, that's a perfect one. Yeah.
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 Steve's Gaming. Question to both of you. What's the most unheard of sci-fi film you own?
You own. All right.
And is it worth watching? Whew.
Oh, I've got one. Sci-fi, yeah?
Yeah.
Buckaroo Banzai Across the Eighth Dimension.
Well,
is it worth watching? Just about.
Yeah. Just about.
Yeah, honestly, that's hardly anybody talks about Buckaroo Banzai Across the Eighth Dimension. Hardly anyone talks about that film. And is it worth watching? Yeah, sort of in the same way of Death Chase 2000 is worth watching. What's an unheard of sci-fi film then that you're going to tantalize me with? And I don't.
Well, there is a film that I do like a lot, which probably people might not know of. It's called Millennium, and it stars Cheryl Ladd. Say that's already thinking, yeah, Cheryl Ladd.
I've seen it. It's got Chris Christopherson in it.
That's right, and I really like it. And I don't know. It's just one of those films. I think it's because it's.
You saw me. Look, I didn't type anything in. Look, I didn't type anything in. I know that film, Millennium.
Yeah, I know. I'm glad you do. I'm really pleased. I've got it on Blu-ray. I got my.
I've got that on DVD. I think.
Yeah, I've got it on Blu-ray, but I had to get it from America.
Right.
Yeah, but because I do like the film a lot, but I don't think many people perhaps do know it. But I like it because we see the viewpoint of the film, which is really good. We see the first bit, the crash. There's this crash that happens, and he's an airplane investigator, and it's good the way it all comes together and the reasons behind it all.
Isn't she a stewardess on the plane?
That's right. She's a stewardess who's been sent from the future back in time. So you see, you immediately gave it away. It's a time travel one, and therefore I'm on board. It doesn't matter how bad or good they are. I tend to love time travel, but that's one that I think is worth checking out. It's just enjoyable.
I don't think many talk about it. I will say that, but I
but
remember
you've heard of it. I'm impressed that you've heard of it. Yeah. Yeah, have you got it on DVD then?
I think I've got it on DVD. I haven't got it on, I haven't thought about that film in years.
Yeah.
I think the reason I remember it was because Chris Christopherson was more a singer, and it was really weird. It was really weird that this bloke was in a science fiction film, and it was talked about from that perspective. It wasn't ever talked about as being a bad film, a good film. It was more about what's this guy doing in a science fiction film.
And of course, Cheryl Ladd is one of those people that think, oh well, it's obviously a TV movie kind of thing. She pops up in loads of TV movies.
Well, Charlie's Angels, isn't it?
Sorry,
it's Charlie's Angels, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. That's why she's got that reputation.
She's got this sort of like blonde hair, and it's sort of like upward, sort of like very, very up like this.
Yeah, but I've always enjoyed it. It's just one of those films that you can just sit and just enjoy it. But that's mine anyhow. That I would recommend. It's called Millennium. Yeah.
Well, there we are. I think we've got a couple of films out there. I mean, there's bound to be many, many more.
Yeah. Matt Fletcher, rewatched Doctor Who The Demons last week. Do you think they would have been made without the influence of Quatermass and the Pit? On a side note, that film would be top of my list to remake. Ooh, interesting. What's your opinion on that then?
Well, first of all, the best Quatermass and the Pit I've ever seen has been the BBC production of it rather than a film. I really like the series that was in black and white. Yeah. BBC showed.
Yeah,
I like the Hammer, Quatermass and the Pit horror film, but I always think that the BBC black and white one was superior to it in every aspect of it. Would the Daemons have been brought out without the influence of Quatermass and the Pit? That's a difficult one to answer because the Daemons has got a lot more than just Hobbs Hill, which is where it was under, wasn't it? It was under something like Hobbs Hill or something. It is more about a cult.
Yeah.
And it was sort of like, to me, an amalgamation of Hammer religious cult and
Hammer horror
and science fiction Quatermass.
Yeah,
and it was sort of like dolled up with Morris dancing and all that sort of stuff. So I really like the story.
I do.
I also think that it's just about the right number of episodes as well. It wasn't too long. It wasn't too short. It was an odd number, wasn't it? Wasn't it 5? Wasn't it one of the episodes? Wasn't it one of those news where you usually have 2 or 4 or 6?
Yeah, it was. It was an odd 5.
What the hell's that all about? Yeah. And of course, it's exceptionally shot, and I think it was done on film.
Yeah.
If I remember rightly, it was another one of those Pertwee stories that is outside of season 1 that was done on film stock.
Yeah.
They're giving a more cinematic approach.
They all went on location to that village, and the village cooperated. It was great for the village, and they talk about it and
all the time. Yeah,
it's
so. I'm not really giving you a good answer, but I think that yes, it would have possibly have come out, because I think that there's too many other influences from Hammer and all the other stuff to say that wouldn't have happened. Doctor Who has always been a science fiction-y type show, so the Quatermass bit would have always have been there. It's just nice that they brought the Master into a story that was about a cult and magic and all of this sort of stuff. He was using all the stuff that makes him an intriguing character to know, really. Roger Delgado was, wow, what a performance, if you see what I mean. That's all I've got to say. What do you want to say about it then?
I'm saying, well, it would. I think that would be easily in my top 10 favorite Doctor Who stories. It could even be in the top 5. I just absolutely love it. I always loved it because I think of the horror connection. And Barry Letts, as the producer, made no bones. They were borrowing from all these different sources, and Hammer horror was one that they borrowed from quite a lot, heavily. And they got criticism. It's the period where Doctor Who started getting a lot of criticism on the BBC, because at that time in 70s you had like this reaction with there was somebody called Mary Whitehouse, who you might have all heard of, and perhaps you haven't, and she was a big influence. She was like a Christian right-wing kind of thing and loved attacking Doctor Who. She thought it was totally unsuitable for scaring children, as she saw it. And they were pushing the boundaries on this story. They make no bones about it. They were pushing the boundaries. And I think it's a great story. The Quatermass and the Pit, is it? I don't know. I don't know whether I would quite see it in that way.
You'll have to be quick though, Ian, because I mean, Christ, I don't know how far we are in the comments.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, I'll just say that. I think you answered it better, and I agree with you. I do like the original BBC black and white one a lot. Yeah.
Well, it's just what I would say is that I think you've done an absolute brilliant episode guide to the Damons. I would definitely go and look and see what your thoughts were about it.
Yeah, I absolutely love it. It's a great series.
I remember watching that actual episode dissection that you did of it, and I thought that was absolutely excellent what you did there. So.
It's one I really love. I absolutely.
It's one of my faves. I will say
that. So, Cy Robson, which also has David Basuta.
You're not going to be able to say it again now, are you?
Not him again. Please. Please, not again. Mugman movies. Favorite cheesy sci-fi horror from the 80s? Life Force. Yeah, the Life Force. We got it in. Directed by Toby Hooper as well. Steve Moles, mine would be Star Wars A New Hope for sound, Close Encounters for color, and Jason and the Argonauts for spectacle. That's interesting.
You wouldn't go wrong. I mean, can you remember when Jason and the Argonauts come out with everybody turning around saying, you will never see any stop motion photography like this film has got, for all these. I mean, the special effects alone, I think, were probably heralded at that point as being just out of this world. So,
yeah.
I mean, you can't go wrong, really. Star Wars, I said for sound, didn't I?
Yeah.
The color. It is a very colorful film. When you talk about sound and color, because it does the sound and then you get the big color bits. I don't know about color though when it comes to just the location shooting, because it really is just normal roads and all that sort of stuff. But I would still put Close Encounters for color. That wouldn't be wrong. No, that's definitely great. Yeah. All of those brilliant, Steve. Yeah, I wouldn't turn around and say anything bad about any of them.
No. Tony Hawk Diamonds. At its best, definitely. Recently watched the BBC adaptation of Quatermass and the Piss. Good, considering BBC budget restrictions. Yeah.
I mean, Christ, when you think about it, I mean, it really is for a black and white.
Yeah.
I mean, it's incredible, really.
Yeah. And it's in the 1950s. Yeah, even more. Mark Fletcher, BBC Quatermass serials used to empty the pubs in the 50s with people rushing home to watch it. And get ready, just ask Ian.
I like Mark Fletcher more. I like Mark Fletcher more and more. That's just the way I'd have put it. I actually said to Ian once, I turned around and said, during the war, Ian, was it in black and white? You'll remember, won't you? You know, because you lived through
it. Tony Hawk, with regard to unheard of sci-fi films, recently watched the network release of Unearthly Stranger 1963, a UK production best described as a take on the invasion of the Body Snatchers. Wow. Network as well. That means you probably can't get hold of it now.
It's on network. Yeah, that's the kiss of death.
That's really doing it now, isn't it? But a UK production. Fantastic. On a more serious note about BBC productions, I had nightmares about mushroom clouds for weeks after seeing Threads. Yeah, everybody talking about Threads in the 80s, even with the port effects. It's one of those standout moments in television history that people are still talking about. Yeah,
I remember Threads. Yeah.
And
then again, I remember things like the tripods and all of that sort of stuff.
Oh, tripods! Oh, fantastic! You ought to do one of your special things on tripods.
Yeah,
I'd love to see what you think about the tripods.
That was a stay point on Sunday on the BBC.
Yeah. Oh, wow!
And it started off on Saturday for season 1. It was a Sunday for season 2.
I remember it so well. But they didn't finish it, did they? Did it?
No.
It got cancelled.
When it got to the end of season 2, was too expensive to do and got cancelled.
Yeah.
Because it was an expensive show. I mean, you got to remember there's these tripod bloody walking War of the World type creatures going across the English, across the countryside, and you have to try and do that with BBC's special effects equipment.
I thought actually it was quite terrifying, really. This capping business where they were all
they had a pyramid triangle that was embedded.
Yeah, it was quite for a kids TV series. It was quite up there, really. Muckman movies. The Hidden is great. Great shout, Del.
The Hidden is definitely a cheesy side.
Night of the Creeps is a great 80s sci-fi horror. Yeah, I've heard of that title before.
Yeah, seen that.
Was it Shivers, the Cronenberg film from the 70s, I think? No, that's the other one, isn't it? No, I've forgotten what I said. It was the other one that I picked, but yeah. I thought the Cronenberg film Shivers was from 1975. It is, and I picked the one that I picked was 1970 something. Wrapped Body Talk is what you can hear playing on the TV when Eddie Murphy is beating up the bikers in The Golden Child. Ah, right.
I've seen The Golden Child. Yeah.
Tony Hawk watched From Beyond the Grave a few weeks ago, Del. I thought Peter Cushing had a northern accent.
I will turn around and say bollocks to that. No northern accent in that. No, of course. Actually, he probably does in that. It doesn't matter. I mean, you can always have a little bit of a bad point to a film and still think it's absolutely marvelous.
Night of the Comet is a cheesy 80s sci-fi horror movie. Yeah, I've heard that again mentioned before. Steve Moles, Night of the Comet, good call. Cross between Day of the Triffids and Dawn of the Dead.
And I tell you what, the other thing that's interesting with Night of the Comet, it's recently got a re-release. Took a bloody long time, and I think you have to go to Australia to get it. I had it on Laserdisc, and nobody had ever heard of the damn film when I was talking about it back in the day. And then people are talking about it now and going, "Oh yeah, I remember that film." And I'm going, "Bloody hell, where were you around when I was talking about it the first time?" Because I tell you what, it was a great film.
Yeah,
I believe my friend Denny has bought it. I think I couldn't buy it because he bought the Australian one and it was just too expensive. I think it was through that what's that Australian company that I bought my Martian Chronicles from. It's and it was just too expensive for me.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a British release over of it here. I don't think. I say.
Look at this. Tony York has rescued me. Right. Tony, the guy with the tattoo is an episode of Hammer House.
There you go.
Suspense called Mark of the Devil, same as the Herbert Lom film. Dr. Terror is set on the train. House dripped blood is the estate agent. John Pertwee as the actor turned vampire. Tom Baker is in the Vault of Horror.
There you go.
So I knew that Mark of the Devil one. Yeah, I've got that. It's only available.
It's amazing how we know the stories, but can't quite sometimes place the films. It's amazing. It's great that we've got that cleared up because I do remember I do remember now John Pertwee being the vampire in it.
That's right.
And I thought he played it really, really campy, if I remember rightly.
Yeah.
The bloke ends up going down into the crypts of the house.
Yeah.
John Pertwee opens up the coffin, jumps about a lot.
Yeah.
Finally has a stake put through him, and then suddenly one of the girls comes out of the coffin, I think, turns into a bat and attacks.
Yeah.
And, I remember that now vividly, but I wouldn't have pictured that as being a house that dripped blood. You know what I mean? I wouldn't have put
Well,
that in.
my mind, it's interesting because I've reviewed these. It's the 1980. We had in 1980 the Hammer House of Horror, but then in '84 they did this second lot of series, Hammer House of Mystery and Suspense, and that's what this Mark of the Devil is from.
Yeah.
So that's great. You've sorted that out for my mind. Uh, oh, I think that. Sorry.
Yeah, we just had that one. Yep.
Yeah, here we are. Dewey Martin, question. Will you guys ever do a David Copperfield or a Night to Remember DVD? A Night to Remember.
Will you guys ever do a David Copperfield?
I'm not quite sure what it means. Oh, maybe a review? I don't know.
Oh, a review of it. Oh,
A Night to Remember, I've reviewed Blu-ray quite recently. It's Titanic one.
Yeah, you talked about it the other week and said
yeah.
what a great film it was. And I asked you what year was that come out with, if I remember rightly. It was a stupid question because you said what it was.
Yeah, that was 1950. I was saying, my brain is not good today. It's either 55 or 58 is Night to Remember. It's in 50s. David Copperfield, no, I've not. I don't think I own any films of David Copperfield. No.
I don't think we've ever done a themed night though, so I don't quite get the question.
No, that I don't like Dickens. I do like Dickens. It's just I haven't got David Copperfield. I've watched the TV adaptations of it.
I'm just going to say to Dewey that never say never, but I'm not quite sure of the question because I don't think we've ever done a theme night. But it's always possible that might happen. I don't know.
Yeah.
But thank you very much for turning up. Brilliant.
Yeah, thank you. Tony, I'm sure I recently watched Ian's review of Night to Remember. I did that fairly recently, and which is my favorite Titanic film, without a doubt. Muckman Movies. I concur with Mark on the cruelty to animals. I watched Ulzana's Raid, starring Burt Lancaster, which had a lot of horse cruelty, ruined the film for me. Yeah, I suspect some older films have this problem.
Yeah,
definitely.
That's because they didn't really consult the Humane Society, did they, for animals, for an a lot of Western films in the 50s, and then when they came in, they were looked at as a hindrance. But forcibly pull a horse's legs inwards, the front legs, so that they buckled, and stumbled forward was terrible treatment.
Yeah, no, definitely. Tony Hawk, great film, Ulzana's Raid. Now you mention it, near the end, there's a fair few horse falls. Thinking about it, it does spoil the enjoyment. Yeah.
I have to counter, though, that it's very difficult, unless you've read a documentary about it, which ones were the ones where they were humanely treated, and which ones weren't, because there are stunt horses that do fall
this is interesting.
On command.
Yeah, because he says here they use trip wires to bring down the horses, and I believe a few horses died.
To forcibly bring a horse down by folding its first legs in, so it threw the rider in front of the camera is bloody awful.
Yeah.
But there were films that were made though where horses were trained to do that. It's just I don't know how many there were.
This is interesting. The American Humane Association objected to the treatment of horses within Ulzana's Raid and rated it unacceptable because of alleged cruelty to horses during the making of the film. There you are.
Like I said, I've seen a whole documentary about the American Humane Association talking about cruelty of animals. And even going all the way into mid-80s,
Yeah.
They were objecting about how certain animals were treated on sets.
Yeah.
So it's amazing. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't think they've been called in recently or in the last 10 years much. I don't know. But this documentary was intriguing to me because it
Yeah.
did also turn around and say that there are stunt animals. But
Isn't there any kind of code or what have
yes,
you been set up?
I think they tried to bring a code in, and I think it got accepted.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That might be one of the reasons why The Abyss is such a treated film, in the fact that you see a mouse or a rat in distress. It doesn't die, but the Humane Society came in and objected, and the fact
that's right, yeah,
you can't have that in because the rat has no choice, and you see it suffering with not being able to breathe. Yeah, and just because it actually survives, and you see it all right later on, doesn't get past the point that it was suffering.
Yeah,
that's another one where I think the Humane Association came in.
Yes, yeah. And that's why it ended up not being released in this country, didn't it?
Well, it came in. It wasn't the Humane Society's objection. It's the fact that the BBFC or whatever it is upheld the fact that still carries water today.
Yeah.
That treatment of that shouldn't be in the film.
Yeah.
Should be kept even now because it still holds water.
Yeah.
In a jokey way, I say water. You know.
Yeah.
But from my point of view, again with Blu-ray and things like it is, they could have easily have just cut to a different scene and then put the scene in the extras.
Yeah.
You know, but they said no.
I mean, James Cameron who refused.
James Cameron that just turned around and said, "Well, sod you then, UK."
Yeah, that's what he did.
And of course, nobody suffered because people just went to France and bought it. You know,
yeah, exactly.
Amazon Italy and Amazon America. You know? So what a waste of time that was. It just stopped the UK industry gaining money from it because all of the money went to the people in America. So there you go.
Yeah. Tony, I'm guessing there was a fair amount of horse cruelty during the height of the Western boom in the 50s and 60s.
Exactly.
I'm sure there was. Yeah. Muckman, totally unacceptable to kill our animals for the sake of a film. So I boycott films like that if I know. Yeah. It's same with a Cannibal Holocaust. I wouldn't. I did see a rough copy of it, and that was enough. I think actually it was on. Do you know what it was on? I think it was on YouTube. I saw it, and I thought, terrible.
You know, from my experience that I had it as a watch along.
Yeah,
I watched it. I remember when I was watching it, my face was sort of like just stone. You know, I didn't have I didn't show. You know, like my distaste for it all or anything.
Yeah.
But obviously, at the end, I voiced how uncomfortable I was.
Yeah.
And I think that's the word that you have to use. It's like
I think
did that really need to be in that film?
No, it didn't. The only thing is, I think it's even people say, "Oh, you take out." I don't think it's a very good film anyhow. I don't think it's that good.
It's a very weird.
A lot of people rate it, but I certainly don't rate that film.
I mean, it's a very weird film. It was at a time where I was learning about, you know, with these watch-alongs.
Better films than that.
I was watching an awful lot of films that I've never even thought about or seen or heard about. I bought it, and to be quite honest, I've got no intention of watching it again.
No.
So I don't know why I bought it, really. But at the end of the day,
I've changed my policy, as I told you. If there's a film now that I think I shouldn't have in my collection, I've watched it once, or like a Serbian film, I just get rid of it. I got rid of it. There's no point.
I think the good thing about it was that it had the soundtrack. I think with the box set that I bought.
So
I think that's what enticed me. It was like, wow, you're getting the film and you get the soundtrack. There aren't many that do that anymore, and I think that's the reason why I bought it. But again, I still don't think I'll watch it again. So.
Yeah.
Anyway, next bit.
Everyone goes on about the turtle in Cannibal Holocaust. For me, it was the pig death that got me. Yeah.
I remember both kills. It's
nice.
Yeah,
I mean, there's two there, isn't there, that are just stand out that you wish you hadn't seen.
Well, look, what you can say about Cannibal Holocaust is it was about a tribe, and they go around and they do eat their own kind, and they would have therefore killed animals in the way that they were shown in the film. What I have to say about it is do you have to show it though?
Yeah.
I mean, you can imply that now, and you get equal out of it. I think it was. I forgot what I don't know the word that I'm trying to get out. It was overzealousness, possibly.
Why couldn't they do a special effect? Some cheap sort of. I suppose it was budget. They could have created something,
Yeah, but why do it at all?
Yeah, I mean, you don't need it, but
I don't need to see a zombie film to know that when they're standing over a human, that they're not tearing the stomach lining out of them, right?
I get it.
I can powering over it, and I can see them turning round, and there's blood and nutrients coming out of their mouth. I don't need to know any more than that.
Yeah,
when I'm seeing it. So why is it that I've got to see the decapitation and the slicing out of the underbelly of a turtle?
Yeah,
and all the things that go into it.
Yeah. Well, the fact is, it's real. It's not made up. It's an actual thing that's real. That's the problem. That's where the big problem is.
Yeah.
Mukman Movies, Come and See is a tough watch, and they shot a live cow, which didn't sit well at all with me. Oh, it's another film. And I'd point out another one as well. Is Apocalypse Now, isn't it? At the end of that.
I've lived on a farm, and I've had to see a horse being put down humanely.
Yeah.
It's not nice.
Yeah.
It goes on. You don't need to know too much about what blunt force treatment they do to kill a horse.
Yeah.
You know full well it's going to be a bullet.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it was always explained to me, this is the circle of life. And unfortunately, you wouldn't want this horse to be in pain. It was in pain.
Yeah.
It was never going to have anything other than pain for the rest of its life.
Yeah.
And that's how it was explained to me. But it's just that somebody could have just told me this is what they do to kill a horse when it's humanely being put down. And that's enough. I don't need to see it.
Yeah, that's a good point.
This is what I'm trying to get at. It's, we all know that we've probably seen a documentary at some point that shows how they electrocute chickens, their heads. They put their heads go through water and they run electricity through it. And that's how they kill a turkey at Christmas. That's the humane way of killing a turkey, is to electrocute them, by putting their head through water and electrocuting it. As long as you know that that's how they do it, that description is enough, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. And a lot of things can be just explained in words.
Yeah.
I don't need to see a turkey's head twitching to show that there are ones where obviously they will go through and not be humanely killed, because you're doing it in thousands and in a
Mukman Movie says, I refuse to watch Cannibal Holocaust because of the animal cruelty. Yeah. I couldn't actually believe it. Didn't they bring a 4K out of it as well?
I said it's a 4K.
Really?
It's a 4K with the soundtrack.
Wow. Yeah. Buckaroo Banzai, here we are, is a cult classic. I absolutely love it. There you are, Delboy.
I told you, I've got it.
Yeah.
It's. I think it's coming out on 4K actually this year.
Oh, well, there you are.
Pretty sure.
What one movie is Space Hunter Adventures in the Forbidden Zone?
Oh,
Is a great
wow, that's a
cheesy
great
sci-fi starring Peter Strauss,
Molly Ringwald.
Ringwald, and Michael Ironside. Oh, Michael Ironside,
Space
yeah.
Hunter, that is a great shout out. That's a great
Yeah. Wow. Amazing. Fantastic. On the DV of Cannibal Holocaust, you can watch the film with or without the animal cruelty. Well, that's good. Yeah,
you can with the 4K though.
Yeah,
it's just the fact it's there.
Yeah, yeah. A sci-fi that doesn't get much attention is Arrival with Amy Adams and Jeremy Renner, directed by Denis Villeneuve. Apologies for the spelling of the surname. God, I'm surprised I pronounced Villeneuve.
Well, Arrival wasn't that far back, was it? That was those wings that appear in the sky, isn't it?
Yeah.
I must admit, I don't think people talk about it much now, but that's because there's a glut of those science fiction films now,
Yeah. Tony says, I watched Come and See once and got rid of it as I knew I'd never watch it again. Yeah, understand that.
I haven't seen Come and See.
Sarah Robson, is Come and See the Russian World War II film? Oh.
This is probably why I haven't seen it.
Yeah. I can't watch Here's Apocalypse Now because of the bull scene.
Oh, yeah.
I know it was a real life ritual by the indigenous people, but to me, why?
Yeah, it's just something that you could describe. You don't need to actually have it in. I've watched Apocalypse Now in several versions.
Oh, God. It drives me mad. Apocalypse Now.
And to be quite honest, the bull scene has, I think, been a controversial point. I don't really have an opinion of it other than
if ever a film for me, this is just my personal opinion, is overrated, Apocalypse Now would be in that list. I've seen it. I saw it at the cinema and thought it was absolutely fantastic when I first saw it. But over years, I've realized there's quite a lot of things. Each time I watch it, I think, oh, I'm not quite sure on this.
That's why
I've never bought it. I never bought it.
Yeah, I always thought it was good for sound design. I think the sound in the film is
I say that, and I think it's in my collection as well. I say I never bought it. I think somebody sent me it actually.
Oh, I wouldn't put it. You got so many nice people sending you things.
Yeah, in fact, I'm sure I reviewed it. Yeah, but it kind of. I don't know. Sometimes you do see a film, you get excited by it, and then over years, it's maybe you don't get quite as excited as the reverse happens, that you're not as keen on a film and it grows on you. But anyhow, this is interesting. So yes, Soviet partisans fighting the German invaders. I wonder if that's a pretty grim film. Yeah, that's an unpleasant scene, Mark. Outland, yes. With Sean Connery is a good sci-fi film that rarely gets spoken about. Well, increasingly, it does get spoken about. And
I've done a film retrospective of it.
Go on. I haven't said it. Why haven't you been watching my channel? Go on.
I'm very disappointed, Steve, that you mentioned that, and yet I've done a retrospective of that. I mean, that means that you haven't seen it. Oh, well, I'm most upset.
Anyway, if anybody, you give me a good opportunity, hasn't subscribed to Delboy's channel, why not? I've put his description in the link. Please go over there and subscribe to him. Anybody, we've got 17 people watching at the moment. If anyone of you 17 isn't subscribed, please go and subscribe to him. His blog is 1 in a million. I absolutely love his blog. And he does also a lot of other good reviews in his own way. Anyhow, there we are. I'll take $5 now or a tenner, but
Well, yeah, and of course there's my Discord now that I've just started. I mean, there's an awful lot of stuff going on at the moment with me, but to be quite honest, everybody here, I mean, the stuff that you come out with is just wonderful.
Yeah.
I mean, you're also knowledgeable in things, and here I am. I feel very honored to be here and sometimes I wonder to myself, what have I done that makes me up here rather than you guys? Sometimes I have thoughts like that through my head because I suppose I don't have too much self-worth, in what I do. To me, I just love to reminisce with you guys. I think it's absolutely wonderful. And I was only joking about Steve Moore saying I'm disappointed with you. I'm only joking. But yes, I have done a retrospective. It is amazing that nobody talks about Outland, just like I don't think they talk about Robin and Marion. And Our Jazz, all of those Sean Connery films that he did sort of like in a very close period of time don't get talked about too much. And Outland is basically High Noon in space.
I love it. It's
the special effects for the time are absolutely wonderful.
Yeah, I've mentioned it before. I loved it, and I've seen it at the cinema. Absolutely loved it. I thought it's a great. It's one. In fact, Outland is a film that I would probably watch every year. I always get time to watch Outland. Definitely, it's such a good film. Absolutely love it. And it was a great review you did.
There's a lot of elements that people don't pick up in that. I mean, you're talking about solitude in space, and all sorts of stuff.
There's a lot going on.
Manipulation of workforce by making them have drugs to make them produce more, and corruption and also. I mean, the amount of subject matter in that film is amazing, and yet people say it's a simplistic film that's not really worth anybody's time or anything with it. It really is just High Noon in space. And I say to anybody that says that, you're missing a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
If you were to dissect that film, there's a heck of a lot going on.
Yeah. To me, it's very realistic. It's a realistic sci-fi film, if you can have such a thing.
Yeah, it's even using the technology it's using the technology of our time now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's perfect. It's I think it's one of those films that I would always rate highly. I never get tired of it. I can watch that. If I'm thinking, what can I watch? Something that you really just want to enjoy. That would be one in my list of films that I could just put on because there's so many good things in it, that I love it. Yeah. Mukwan movies. Yes, I was glad come and see. Cheers. I need to see it. That's what Si says. Tony says Damon seemed to give all the regulars, including unit personnel, time to contribute equally to the story. Also, the extensive location film added so much. I totally agree. Everything. Totally agree about that.
Yeah. I mean,
that's why it's remembered so well.
Yeah, they give enough even to how Britain handles witches and wizards and warlocks. You know what I mean? Because you've got that. I've forgotten her name. Famous actress who says, "Oh, I'm a white witch," and basically, I know that this is going to be happening.
That's right.
And of course, when you're talking about that, you're talking about warlocks. They don't really talk too much about warlocks. It's more religion and occult and all that sort of stuff. But at least it's covered.
Yeah.
It would be so easy to not have had that character in it.
Yeah. And Roger Delgado, to me, proves why he was the best master.
Oh, yeah.
He just was. It's perfect. It's almost made for him. That story is just made for him. He's just perfect in it.
Yeah.
Really was. but I'm a bit wary of it. Do you know? I think the Master. I never liked even the. Is it John Sims who played the Master in Tennant era?
Oh, the Tennant era.
I never liked him. I thought he was.
But it was an interesting. The one thing I will say about that is that it was an interesting story about staring into the time vortex and hearing the.
There was all that, yeah, but
all of that was great story bit. It's just that but the Master is a character that I think is more sly than and I think John when he played it was more mental, not mechanical. What's the maniacal?
Yeah.
I've never seen really the Master be like that. He's always been in the background manipulating things, and then when found, he's been resourceful about following through, and then sly with getting out. This one that was in there, this Master, in Tennant's era, was all about, now that I've been found out, then I'll just be brash about it. And basically, totally outward. And people around me will still worship me, and the reason that they'll worship me is because I am the king of all I survey, and I am now the president of the world or something, right? And I don't think that'd ever happen.
No.
In a Doctor Who story in the classic.
Yeah. I'm not even sure whether John Sims was the right actor. As much as a good, well-respected actor he is,
he's a very good actor. He's a very good actor, but what you have to ask yourself is what equipment was he given to portray the Master? Did they actually go up to him and say, right, you've watched all the stuff about the Master in the past, how are you going to portray it? Doubtful. I should think it was written and he had to portray it like that, and therefore the Master was a maniacal person, where actually anybody that is a fan would know that the Master wouldn't portray like that. He's always been a sort of like Black Adder. Time, the Black Adder of season 1 is what I'm trying to say. The sly under.
Yes, he's always scheming, but underneath. Right. Planet X. Stopping by to say hi. I love your channel, Ian. Thank you very much. I
love Ian's channel as well.
Thank you. Steve Moles. Slipstream with Mark Hamill is another one that rarely gets spoken about. I remember actually going to the.
I remember to see that. But it was at the same time as him doing sort of FMV sequences in a film called in a game called Wing Commander 3. He was doing He was doing lots of things, voiceovers in Batman and all sorts of Slipstream with Mark Hamill. It wasn't surprising to see him in another science fiction thing, but it was it wasn't really even jarring not to see him as Luke Skywalker by this point.
It was too much, that film, really, association. He was always going to struggle in terms of the audience. I'm not saying he would, but the audience was always going to struggle with that film. Muckman Movies. It's a war film in the same tone as Schindler's List. Such an hard subject to watch. This must be that Russian war film.
Right.
Oh, crikey.
Oh, they're not talking about Apocalypse Now, then.
No, I remember that. Does the Russian film have been?
Yeah, Come and See.
I've never seen any of it, but why do you think that no one has tried to remake Quatermass?
Well, the last one with John Mills that I remember as the last one of a Quatermass one, I thought it was quite well received, but most people remember it as being overly long and boring and not really having anything in it. Quatermass has been rebooted several times because it's been radio, then been BBC Black and White, then it's been Hammer Color, Then you've got ITV, you know, the Roll Right Stone ones that I've just talked about. I don't know why they stopped there, because I don't know quite how many Quatermass novels were. I don't know how many were there.
No.
I think it's like anything. If there is a way that you could rewrite Quatermass for a modern audience, do so. But maybe there's some sort of legal stipulation that says you can't put something with the Quatermass name without the original writers.
I mean, I could think of a writer who I know does love that, and he's very much, you know him. He's Mark Gatiss.
Mark Gatiss,
yeah. He, I'm sure would be interested in something like that, but maybe can't do it, you know, for whatever reasons, like you mentioned. He's.
But all I'm saying is, first of all, how many more Quatermass books are there?
Yeah,
I don't even know that, because I know the first one is set in space and they come down and something's happened to them while they were up in space. And you've got Quatermass and the pit. We know that. And there's the Quatermass one with the Roll Right Stones, and I think there's one other Quatermass film that's not talked about too much. So, how many books are there other than 4 stories? I don't know.
Yeah.
The other thing is like I say, maybe there is some sort of clause from the writer's home estate.
Yeah.
I know that the writer is dead.
Yeah.
That wrote that actually created Quatermass, but I have no idea if the family estate actually turns around and says, "We have a problem with you using the Quatermass name because it was our granddad or something that wrote it.
Yeah.
He wouldn't agree to anybody writing anything other than him writing it or something." I don't know. Yeah.
I mean, we know this happens because the fact is that the family of the writer of Unearthly Child in Doctor Who have stopped it being shown on the iPlayer, haven't they?
Yeah, he made a point that basically to the BBC saying, "You think it's wrong, you're not."
Yeah. So these things happen, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Okay. Mark Fletcher, Planet X just got your new book today. Looking forward to read it.
Yeah.
That was a later Quatermass with John Mills in the late 70s. For some reason, the characters seem to work better in the 50s and 60s. That's Tony.
That's what I was talking about with the Stones.
Yeah.
They all thought that they were going to be lifted off into space to a new place, when actually it was just a bloody deadly laser beam coming down and killing the bloody lot.
Muckman Movies. I have the Quatermass in the Pit Steelbook. Have you it, Del?
I don't think I have. Now, the thing is about this is that a Hammer Steelbook, or is that a BBC Steelbook? Because I'm not quite sure I know of either as being Steelbooks, because when I bought Quatermass in the Pit, both Hammer and BBC, they were just normal clamshell, you know, the normal stuff. I've never heard of the BBC doing too many Steelbooks outside of Doctor Who, for a start. So if he's talking Hammer, Hammer, it might. I mean, when it comes to Hammer and over here, a DVD Steelbook, really? Was there a DVD?
Yeah, actually, I've got the more I think about this, I've got I don't have many Steelbooks, and I'm sure I've got this on Steelbook Blu-ray. Yeah. I'm positive on that.
Quatermass in the Pit as a Steelbook. That's great.
Yeah.
See, looks like I'm the only one who ain't got it, bastards.
Yeah.
That's what's really good, because I mean, what you have to remember is I started collecting Steelbooks around 2015, 16, possibly somewhere there, possibly even 17. So, and then when I was buying them, it would have been the absolute pinnacle of the film that I want to watch. So if I wasn't collecting Hammer horror films, I wouldn't have had it on my radar to actually pick up. Probably because there were other Steelbooks like Marvel and stuff like that, and 3D and all of that sort of stuff, it would have been difficult for me to do it. And also I was a manager, and I just bought myself a car and all sorts of stuff. So there've been a lot of reasons. All I'm saying is, I'm so glad that you've got a steel book of Quatermass in the Pit. I definitely now want to know what it looks like. I will go away from here now, typing in Quatermass in the Pit, steel book. And I'm probably going to be dead jealous of the lot of you. It'd be something like 60 quid now, and I've got no blood chance of getting it. But that's, right. That's the beauty. I don't mind being jealous over things.
Yeah, why not?
I don't.
Yeah. Stephen, a cheesy horror movie that you need to check out is Legend of the Seven Gold Vampires.
Oh,
Peter Cushing. Shame Christopher Lee wasn't in it as a Dracula. I love it. I've got it. Yeah, that's one I've got.
Do you really like that? I found that a really weird film.
Oh, yeah. I like
it's so weird to see Peter Cushing actually in Japan, because they did actually film it in Japan.
Yeah.
With all the little junk ships and everything, the boats and everything of the war. And this vampire story just seemed so out of place in this.
They were hoping, that it would they would make some more, but it didn't happen. I still like it as an oddity.
I still find it's like a fish out of water film.
Yeah, sometimes you have oddities, and that's a good example of one that it's interesting, seeing Peter Cushing doing that. Yeah,
you can get it for a $5 from that that place where they have those sales all the time. Indicator, is it, or whatever?
Yeah,
I mean, I've seen it a million times. It's one of those ones where I go, I don't know whether I can pull the trigger. I've seen it so many times that each time I've gone, what am I watching? Each time I've watched it, I've got
it's interesting because you're coming back to it and thinking, "Oh, I'm watching it again."
But it's only probably because it's 10 past midnight and there ain't nothing else to do. It's not because it's 6 o'clock in the evening and I'm really fancy watching some vampires in Japan. You know what I mean?
Right.
I've never done that.
At Fletcher, thanks so much. That's Black X. They did a live action remake of the first Quatermass story in the early 2000s.
There you go.
It was okay. It was available on DVD. I didn't know that. Oh.
You know, saying the last great Mark Gatiss thing that I saw was The First Men in the Moon. He did a reversion of that, didn't he?
I didn't know they'd done that. He said it was okay. It doesn't sound very mind-blowing then. It was just okay.
But then again, the first Quatermass story is not that mind-blowing, is it? I mean, the people come from outer space. We've sent a rocket into space. They come down. They've got some sort of like bug or disease, and it takes them over and turn into a monk. It's not that. It's not like Quatermass in the Pit, where you're talking about aliens that came down a million years ago, and underneath where we built a train station, there is this spectacle of Hobbes, mysticism about the place and all of this. I mean, that really has got a lore behind it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'll tell you what, Ian, as you mentioned it being hard to get hold of network releases, I've noticed a lot readily available for less than £10 on Amazon. Mainly the British film imprint they did. Maybe Amazon bought up. Oh, maybe, yeah. I mean, they're still around, these network titles, some of them.
Oh, yeah.
But sometimes you go on.
It really is showing up the new company. Because I remember talking to you after we had a chat, one of these chats. We were talking about the World at War.
Yeah.
And I said, on Blu-ray, you can get the network version. And it's £10 cheaper than the one that's just come out. And it's the newer one. And it's the same packaging and everything. Who in their right mind, I said, is going to buy the new one when you can still go to Amazon and get the old one?
Yeah.
It's the same packaging.
Yeah.
No difference in it whatsoever. And it's a £10 more. So,
yeah. Tony says, yeah, a lot of old stock. It's still around, isn't it?
Continuation of that bit at the top. He's got or they've bought up a lot of old stock. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. So, yeah. Yeah.
He
As
says
you
the British
mentioned,
film
we had to get
imprint.
all the network releases. I've noticed a lot of
Maybe Amazon bought up a lot of old stock.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
He's very insightful, is our Tony, isn't he?
It is. Mukman Movies. I have an Arrow Blu-ray release of Night of the Comet that was released a fair few years ago.
Yeah.
All right.
It's at a time where I probably missed out.
Danny Duke's Fire Vision imprint.
Imprint, or I've heard of imprint. Yeah.
Martian Chronicles is getting just had a UK release, I believe. Yeah, I've got that. I bought it on UK.
Yeah, so you know, I bought the Australian one. You
paid a lot of money. Yeah. Ingrid Pitt has the last laugh or bite in the house that drip blood. Yeah, I like that last bite. But when there's a good David Copperfield film starring Dev Patel.
Yeah.
There must be a lot of David Copperfield films over years. Night of the Comet was recently released on Blu-ray 88 Films.
That's where my friend Denny might have bought it then. I don't know. I think he was talking
Cannibal
about... I don't know.
Apocalypse is a good film with John Saxon. Oh, John Saxon's in a cannibal film.
I'm gonna say,
yeah,
John Saxon from Enter the Dragon.
I presume so. Yeah,
wow.
He does pop up in a lot of Nightmare on Elm Street, of course, and he pops up in quite a few. He died. Was it last year? I think. He's no longer with us. Planet X. Good shout out on the comments earlier for Space Hunter. Rewatched recently and way better than I remember it being. Oh,
yeah, it's usually talked about when people are talking about Roger Corman early space films.
Yeah,
Space Hunter usually gets talked about, and in the same breath as like Battle Beyond the Stars and all of that. You know, I mean,
yeah,
Space Hunter is more than that. I mean, it is a good film. That's why I would mention Buckaroo Banzai. Really, to be quite honest, it's one of those awful films, but actually is really quite good.
Interesting. Sai says here, I remember watching Space Hunter, the pictures in 3D.
Yeah, it was. It was that red. Right. Yeah, it was that red and blue 3D. You know that anaglyphic, what they call anaglyphic. Yeah.
3D, isn't it? Didn't Sean Connery shoot Outland and Time Bandits back to back? I don't know.
It was that or Sarjas that he did back to back. He wanted to get out of doing normal stuff and do more science fiction, and he chose two science fiction things. I can't remember if Time Bandits was the next one or not. I do remember that was an actual conversation. Yeah.
Mukman Movie says, I've never seen Outland. Might have to buy a copy. It's on HMV Premium Collection, isn't it? Yes, it is. Yep. I would get a copy.
It's expensive. I think it's like 12 or 14.99, which is quite expensive for a Blu-ray, I suppose. But actually, you get a poster or some art cards or something.
Yeah.
I think, like I said, I've done my capsule review. Yeah. I've actually done an unboxing if you want to see.
It's definitely worth getting if you can get hold of it. Yeah.
It's not a difficult one to get hold of.
Yeah. A cheesy 1972 film I recently watched had Betty Davis as a global crime boss living on a remote Scottish island with Demon Elliott as a right-hand man and Robert Wagner as a rogue CIA agent. I mean, just that description is just... It says it. Oh, have you noticed you're immediately sold on it and thinking, wow, what a film that must be.
When I think about Betty Davis in the 70s, the film that comes up to me all the time is like Death on the Nile or something.
Yeah.
I don't really remember much Betty Davis stuff in the 70s, to be quite honest.
She seems to be in quite a lot of things popping.
Oh, no, she was around, but I'm talking about well-known films. Death on the Nile was definitely one of those films that was up here.
Yeah.
Like just like Murder on the Orient Express is, all Agatha Christie. It was they had the same Poirot in it, is what I'm trying to say, is played by the same actor all the way through it. You know what I mean?
I think it sounds like she was taking a lot of roles that came, anything that would turn up.
I don't think she cared by this point.
No.
The best thing to know about Bette Davis, if you can watch it as a TV show, is The Rivals, The Feuds. That was it, The Feuds, right? Where it talks all about her early work. It talks about her relationships, how her husbands have died or gone divorced, and about her later work, because it was all based around this feud that was going with Joan Crawford, I think it was. It was all based around that Baby Jane film. But you learn an awful lot about Bette Davis from that series. Wow.
Yeah.
I'm well into Bette Davis. I think she did some amazing work. But to have somebody go around denying her a third Oscar just for spite, that is all.
Yeah.
But there you go.
Yeah.
Bette Davis, up there.
A legend. Yeah, definitely.
But in the 70s, all I can think of, every time somebody mentions Bette Davis in the 70s, the only thing I can think of is Death on the Nile. I don't know why.
Yeah. One of my movies, yes, it is. Steve Moles. And thank you for the mod. Yeah, you're welcome. Denny told me how to it was him really who did it all, how to make some moderators. Thank you.
Denny, it was me.
Yeah.
At the end of the last chat.
That's what I meant. I'm going to see now tonight. Not Danny.
I said a perfect person would probably be Danny to actually.
Yeah, that's what he said. Yeah. Steve's Gaming, Quatermass and the Pit. We're still on about Quatermass. It's a timeless classic. I would hate to see a remake because they'd ruin it.
Well, I think that as well. I think Quatermass and the Pit is one of those ones that if somebody came up to me and said, you've got as much money as you want, as many actors and whoever acted that you want, I want you to redo Quatermass and the Pit, I'd be scared shitless.
Yeah.
Because it would be one of those films where I'd be going, or one of those stories or tales where I'd go, it's been done so well before, I'll ruin
what can
this.
You add to it?
And then basically I'll be the person that cocked up probably one of the most quality science fiction stories that you could possibly do.
Yeah.
I would be scared.
Yeah.
So
they probably said, look, we've got Tom Cruise doing it, and I'd still be even more scared then.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, he did War of the World. Some people love it and some people don't, but I don't know if you got Tom Cruise in it or not.
I think actually Tom Cruise is interesting because his early stuff you just think, oh no, Tom Cruise, but you've sort of warmed a little bit more later, but not much. But a bit later, you've sort of in his career, but he's not somebody who you'd go mad about.
He teamed up with a couple of good directors, didn't he? Tony Scott for Days of Thunder and all of this sort of stuff. And Steven Spielberg bigged him up for his Minority Report. And all that stuff. And all of a sudden, then he was in every bloody action blockbuster.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he was even at the Paris bloody Olympics, for God's sake.
Yeah, you're right. It pops up everywhere, doesn't it? Oh, what's happened? Uh-oh. He's gone. Oh, well. I don't know what's happened. We'll see if he comes back. He may come back on this link. Something must have happened. Okay, well, we'll carry on. Let's see what happens. He may come back. So Tony York says, Steve, totally agree. It's best left where it is. Yeah, the Quatermass. Tony Hawk, Quatermass will be a Studio Canal steelbook for the Hammer film. Yeah. One of the few steelbooks I have is the 1 Million Years BC Studio Canal release. Oh, wow. That must be absolutely wonderful. I wonder if Delboy's got that. I bet he hasn't. I don't know. But what a film to have. What a brilliant film. Absolutely. Wonderful film. I love it. Who could not love 1 Million Years BC? And I think he is coming back. Yes, let me see. Yeah, you're back. Brilliant.
Yeah. I don't know why twice I had to do that then.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you're back and pleased. Yeah. Yeah.
Have I missed much?
Yeah. Have you seen this? Where I'll just go back here. Quatermass will be a Studio Canal steelbook for the Hammer film. One of the few steelbooks I have is the 1 Million Years BC Studio Canal release.
Yeah,
wow.
I've got 1 Million Years BC, but I haven't got Quatermass. And
yeah, you got 1 Million Years BC. Fantastic.
Yeah, but where it says Quatermass will be a studio. Now, does that mean it's out or it's not? Because it says will be a Studio Canal.
I think. It's saying no. I think he's saying it will be because it is. It's like saying.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it doesn't say there whether it's Blu-ray, DVD. Yeah. It doesn't say when it came out, 1988, 85. I have no idea.
Yeah.
But I'll look it up because it is one of my favorite films. So I'm obviously going to look and thank you so much for all the information because it sort of it pinpoints me to be able to look for it, if you see what I mean.
Yeah.
You still gets for owning it all.
Yeah. Muckman Movies. Yes, it is, Tony. I've just put a photo of it up on my community section of my channel. Right.
Brilliant.
Just check that out. Tony Muckman, I was looking at that steelbook, but it was OOP.
Out of print,
expensive. So settled for the Amaray.
That's what I'm saying. I probably wouldn't be able to buy it anyway because it's going to be out of print. It cost a bloody fortune. So
expensive, yes. That's it. Tony says, I think a lot, if not all those network British film releases, licenses, have now gone back to Studio Canal, as I've noticed some of their vintage classic releases include some previously on network. That's interesting, yeah. They're a good range, those vintage classic releases. On Steve's Gaming, does anybody remember Sensor Sound? I presume that is Surround at the cinema.
It's Sense Surround, yeah.
Sense Surround. What happened to it? I think I saw Roller Coaster and Midway in Sensor Sound.
Roller Coaster was in Sense Surround.
Yeah.
I don't know. I never saw Roller Coaster at the Pictures because it was a film that me and my dad watched in the afternoon on a TV once, and I bought it from 88 Films, I think. Or not 88 Films. It was one of those boutique labels, you know, that that came up with, and it had the extended version and the normal version and a lot of extras. That's how I think I know about Sense Surround. But I don't know why. I don't know. I never saw it at the Pictures, so I really can't say what it actually is. I learned so much from that movie guy. The movie guy who's the ex-projectionist, because he explains why it was called Technicolor and why it was called Cinerama, and they're all copyright and trademarks of certain lenses and film stock and so forth, you know. So what sense surround is, I have no idea. It must be something to do with the sound, I would have thought. The way it was, the way the audio was recorded.
Yeah.
Which makes sense for Midway, because that'd be a war film.
That's right. Yeah.
Roller Coaster, I'm not quite sure, because there is obviously the roller coaster ride and a lot of train and a lot of film sequences of being in the roller coaster and all that sort of stuff. But I wouldn't have said that makes an ideal for surround sound, if you see what I mean.
No.
Midway, yeah.
Okay, Tony York. Sorry, I forgot to say the Betty Davis film is called Madam Sin. That's it. Also on network DVD. Madam Sin. Yeah. Whatever Happened to Baby Jane is a classic Betty Davis film. Yeah, I've got a copy of that.
Yeah.
But it's from Germany. It's one of the earliest Blu-rays I ever got.
I think mine's a DVD still. I don't think I've got anything on DVD on that one.
There's no extras at all, and it's in German. I don't know how I must have picked it up really cheap. Whatever Happened to Del is a classic here.
Yeah, he kicked me off, bastard.
She was great. Oh yeah, Burnt Offerings. Yeah, I've got that. Famously clashed with Oliver Reed in that.
Oh, film. She didn't take any strangers for actors that he thought were not pulling their weight in the films. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I don't think she did many films just for a paycheck. No. In the early days, at least.
Muckman says, "Yeah, Tony." Then Tony says, "Very enjoyable, gents. Thanks and good morning."
Oh Christ, we've gone past the 12 o'clock time.
Yeah. Well, thank you for being with us, Tony. Thank you so much. And then we've got a very enjoyable. Yeah, I've got that. Sorry, my brain is gone. Yes, enjoyable chitter chatter. Thank you and good night. Well, thank you. I think that's it.
Wow.
That's it. And we've still got 12 people here. Fantastic. Thank you.
Well, we'll tell them then that they've got a good 5 minutes just to get anything else in. Otherwise, we've got leaving.
4 hours in, and that's great. Cy Robson. Yeah, they're all saying fans. Nighty night, guys.
I will just get my awful plug-in to say that I have got a Discord channel if anybody wants to join.
Yeah, 99 guys, Cy Robson.
Even Ian has joined it. So
yeah. I'm not a great joiner of things, so you were lucky that I joined. I tend to in evenings, for instance, I don't tend to go on YouTube.
Wouldn't it be good for some of the people that we've got here to actually join?
It would. Would be good. And then, especially as Discord.
You could actually go to people in that that Discord and say, "Have you got any questions that you want to raise at Wednesday?" Because and basically, it's all there. Rather than do a poll or something, or a short in YouTube. Which I think sometimes
do that,
course. So by all means, please, if anybody wants to join the Discord, I'd really, really appreciate that. And of course, there will be a link from Ian, I think.
Yeah, you'll have to give. We'll sort it out when we're finished. So I can stick it in.
But I tell you what, I've had a blast like I do every week.
Thank you for being with us again, and we've done well. I think we enjoyed it, and that's all that counts. And I hope everybody else has enjoyed it. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. And I'll let Delboy say his farewell.
Oh, salute.
And all I've got to say is, I'll see thee again.